Hello, Joe. Is Joe here?
I don't wanna fall in love. I just wanna have some fun, yeah. I don't wanna fall in love. I just wanna have some fun. I don't wanna fall in love, 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 fall in love. I don't wanna fall in love. I don't wanna fall in love. I don't wanna fall in love. I just wanna have some fun, yeah. I don't wanna fall in love. I just wanna have some fun. I don't wanna fall in love. I just wanna have some fun, yeah. I don't wanna fall in love, 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 fall in love. I don't wanna 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 fall in love. I just wanna have some fun, yeah.
Good evening and welcome everyone. We are finally here and ready for the Playtonia Ground Zero tournament powered by Mates GG and Trinity Gaming. My name is Ko. I'm here with the fantastic Saga. How are you doing, Rick?
Hey, you know what? I've been absorbing some PUBG action early this morning, and now I'm ready for round number 2. I know for you, you're doing something very similar. You've got more coming on. It's going to be a long day for everyone involved, but that's just kind of fitting because this has been a long process to get to this point in the Playtonia Ground Zero Grand Finals right here, where we've got 16 of the teams in Europe that are competing at the highest possible level. And you know what? We've had to cut down a lot of competition to get to this point.
Yeah, I think everyone that's had a look at the qualifier has realized it's been a long way. It's been a complicated way to get here. We've had 3 different qualifiers just to make sure that everyone can get a chance to try and get into Ground Zero. We've had the close qualifier just recently, which I'm sure you guys have been enjoying as well. And now we have 8 invited teams joining us for the final. And I've had a bit of a look, and every single one of those teams has made G-Loot finals. So I think, obviously, casters will always say it's the best teams playing right now, but there really is no objective argument against it at this point with the teams that are joining us for finals tonight.
Yeah, definitely. There's a reason that they got an invite to basically skip the queue when it came to qualification to the grand finals, whereas those who have had to come up through the open qualifiers, the closed qualifiers, and potentially even the scrim qualifiers at the very, very beginning, they've had to battle all the way tooth and nail, and it has been incredibly close. We've had to say goodbye to some teams that certainly we might have expected to make it this far, some even relatively early on in the qualifying rounds, but when you've got short form open qualifiers, that's always how it goes. There's always a threat that you may just underperform on the one day, and that's all that it takes for you to miss out on your chance to pick up that $5.4 thousand US prize pool.
Exactly, and that's a good reason of why we had so many different qualifier opinions or options, I should have said. But obviously, that all gets thrown out the window when we come to the close qualifier, and we've just had a look at the scoreboards there. Obviously, in a 16-team lobby with 8 advancing, you'll always have some teams going out that you don't quite expect. But I think when I've looked at the teams, I'm pretty happy with the lobby that we're stacking up tonight. I think a lot of the teams that you might have expected made it through, and then a lot of the teams where I had a little bit of a shaky opinion on before this tournament kicked off, they've really shown in the qualifiers that they are a stable team and that they can definitely pull through. And I think we'll talk about the format a little bit more later. We'll talk about what maps we're playing. We're talking about what's going on here tonight. And we'll look at the prize pool, obviously, because that's what these teams are playing for. They're not here just for fun. They're not here just to get casted by us. They can win some pretty solid money. And don't get confused here. This is in AED. But if you want to convert this to euros, it's basically just divided by 4. So the first place is about 2,700 euros. The second place is 1,100. That's roughly the conversion rate we're working with here.
Yeah, so not at all too dissimilar to the 5.4 thousand USD that I mentioned in the opening video. Half of that entire prize pool is in place for the first place team. So you definitely want to be getting as high up the leaderboards as possible. That's always the case, but that's certainly where the big money lies, is in that top 1 spot. And things fall off, relatively quickly to number 2. But from there on out, as long as you're within that top 5, you're still getting your hands on some of that prize pool money, as well as the additional prizes for the MVP of the overall event and the player with the most kills as well, which, doesn't always have to be the MVP.
No, not at all. With how many stats are coming into that, you saw that just in the close qualifier as well. I had a bit of a look at the stats. It was actually ironic who top fragged the event, but it was Purdy Curdy, a name you might not expect when you come in to watch this tournament without doing your prep work. He was the man who was the Twire MVP for that tournament. So definitely can be different names. I've already seen some Sparking fans in chat as well. So we have some pretty prominent names joining us here tonight, Saga. And I don't want to even get into the conversation who's going to be MVP yet, because this lobby is pretty packed with very high tier players, and it's going to be pretty hard to call. We have a lot to discuss though before we come into the game. So maybe we should have a look at what maps we're playing and how the tournament system is going to be.
Yeah, it certainly seems like it. As we said, it's been a pretty complicated path to get to this point with all of the open qualifiers, closed qualifiers, and scrim qualifiers. And we have certainly had to say goodbye to some teams that you might have expected to make it this far. Sakura Zensen, Veni Vidi Vici, Grindmore, all falling short at the final hurdle. But the one thing that has remained a constant throughout the whole is the classic map pool that we've always known and loved in competitive PUBG. Of course, Erangel and Miramar will be the maps that we're on. Let's have a quick look at how things are going to work out over the 3 days of Grand Finals.
Yeah. So if you've paid attention to what Saga's saying and you pay attention to what you see on the screen, you'll notice we're playing 3 Erangels and 2 Miramars today. But obviously we have three days. So tomorrow is going to be the day we will play 3 Miramars. And then we're going to round things out on Sunday with 3 Erangels. So one more Erangel in this best of 15. I don't think anyone's going to be all too upset about this. I feel like Erangel is still everyone's favorite. So should be good. And when you look at the format and the points table, there's obviously no surprise there. But the one thing that you do have to remember, the one thing that might throw you for a loop, is the recent switch in the tiebreaker saga. And you saw something. They already came into effect in the close qualifier.
Yeah, it's one that we've seen have impact at one certainly massive international event, and one a modest sized event here. That is the final round of closed qualifiers. Team No Tag and the Squirtle Gang both tied for 8th place on 54 points, and No Tag, unfortunately for them, had more kills and less placement points, so they lost out on that tiebreaker and were not able to qualify for the grand finals. But the Squirtle Gang were successful in doing so, and that just means that the placement points, it does somewhat make a little bit of sense in that a battle royale game, you've got to stay alive until the end. That's kind of the theme. But also, the amount of placement points per game are limited, whereas kills, it's not unheard of for teams to have 18, 19, even 20 plus kill games. So you can rack those up very, very quickly. Whereas placement points, it's about consistency. It's not only about winning games in the same way that the chicken dinner format was, but as long as you're consistently getting into those top 5 positions, getting 3, 4, 5 placement points per game, you're going to be looking very good should you need to get one of those tiebreakers in your favor later on in the event.
Yeah, and it does feel a bit weird with that tiebreaker just changing, getting flipped on its head. It's still a little bit awkward every now and then, but it feels like a change that shouldn't be all too upsetting. It is a battle royale after all, so I think there's a point to be made for survival being a little bit more important. And there's definitely a few teams in here that will be very happy about that tiebreaker. There is quite a few teams that we do consistently see get more placement points on the board. They play slow, they play passive, they'll make some risky sends where maybe they lose a few players here and there, but they do get into that top 8 quite a bit. And obviously those teams, they're going to be happy now. They've been getting the beat down for all these years, and now suddenly they're the ones winning the tiebreaker saga.
It also does mean, similar once again to the winner chicken dinner format, is that if you do lose all of your team and you're a solo, there is a very solid reason to try and find a way to snake out until the late stages of the game. So we'll be keeping our eyes out for anyone doing that, as we're going to be heading into our first games very soon.
Yeah, we should have a look at the teams that are playing tonight. Hopefully we can get that graphic up soon. Because like I said, there's some invited teams here, there's some qualified teams here. And we got a pretty wild mix coming together. I've had a look at the drop maps earlier today, Saga. There shouldn't really be any big hot drops, but I can certainly see some clashes here or there. We have invited the bystanders. We have Entropic, DA, Navi, the Northern Lights, all very, very big names, joined up by Question Mark, Skade, and I believe Polish Power. And then we have all of our qualifier teams who have, like we said before, battled their way through countless stages of the qualifiers to get into these finals.
It really has been a grind to make it this far. And it's that resilience, right? That you have to make it through weeks of closed qualifiers to make it to this point. But this is what it's all for. So it's all for nothing if you fall flat right now. So you've really got to be proving your point in the early stages of this event. So we're looking for day one, some of those teams that did come up through the open qualifiers, particularly names like Aces Crew, Bitfix, Ghetto Gang, the top 3 from round 2 closed qualifiers. Those are the teams who were looking to have impact early on in this event, in the grand finals, and start to sort of stake their claim on some of those top 5 spots.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier I was a bit surprised by some of the teams in the qualifiers. And I think I do have to mention Formulation Gaming. They were a team that's been together for not all that long. They were a team that said from the start, we want to build something. We want to improve on our foundations. And we want to become one of these top teams. And they've been breezing through the qualifiers. They've recently added Stratos as their new IGL. And like I said, they've looked like a fresh team. They looked like they weren't gelling all that perfectly just yet, but they looked fantastic in these qualifiers. Similar things to be said about Bitfix, who struggled to even get into the close qualifier. But once they were there, they got second place in round 2. No problem at all. As I said before, ironic, sort of that young talent joining Bitfix, top frag in the lobby. They were looking fantastic, and they might really pose some issues for all these big names we have joining us from the in-my slots.
Yeah, we also have to give a bit of a shout out to Solo and for Team Friends as well. Both top second and third places when it came to frags overall in the round 2 closed qualifiers. But this is what we mean about the placement points, the consistency. While they were picking up a lot of kills, they ended up in 6th and 7th place respectively, just on the fact that they weren't quite making it to the late stages of the game consistently as others. So having 48 kills and 47 kills, which is tied with Bitfix, who ended in 2nd, is nice. But if you're ending the tournament 26 points behind and 5 slots lower, you've really got to be making sure that you're making it to those late game stages, particularly now with the tiebreaker leaning towards placement points. But it's no surprise whatsoever that the teams that do both, get the frags and get the placement points, the positioning, the top 4 finishes, and the winner chicken dinners under their belt are those that come out on top. And that's really what we're looking for when we're looking for a team that can walk away as the champions of the whole thing.
Yeah, and if I look at this team list, if I look at this leaderboard, if I look at who's invited and who qualified, I think there is just a few names up there that, regardless of how good your qualifiers went and regardless of how consistent you are, they're going to be tough to beat. Entropic is one of the names. They seem completely unstoppable at the moment. They used to be one of those teams where they would always win the kill tiebreaker, and then suddenly you look at them now, making it into an insane amount of top 4s, top 8s, just breezing through PCS, G-Loot, no problem at all, just farm in the lobby. And then you have NLT just suddenly in the shadow of Entropic, who have been a dominant force for years, but are still, when you look at this lobby, definitely a top 3 contender at least.
Yeah, there's certainly teams that we look at and just expect great things from. Navi as well, another name that has been around for so long, since pretty much the original iteration of competitive PUBG, that we're just expecting them to come out and really just set in stone why they are the top teams in Europe in comparison to some of those teams who have had to battle through qualifiers, who maybe are freshly put together, newer rosters, as you say, Formulation Gaming adding Stratos. I mean, that's a tough call for an IGL to join a new team and try and mesh with all the players and convert your own play style and get that across the team. But when you're doing that against the teams who have established themselves as the best in your region, it's just another level entirely.
Yeah, I've actually had a chat with Stratos earlier today. I was just having a little bit of a chat with him, and he said, by the way, one of our players is, I don't know, in Spain or somewhere, just completely somewhere else. Our coach is at TwitchCon. So we'll have a sub coming in today. We won't have a coach here, but, we'll see what we can do. So certainly a lot of challenges. And also, I think what's fair to say is we've had this format in the last few years in PUBG, where there's a lot of partner teams, the top tier teams. They go to every final. They're in every final, but everyone else has an incredibly hard time even making these finals. So you've been playing PUBG at that sort of close qualifier level where you haven't really made finals all that much. You've never really had to verse an Entropic and Team Question Mark, who look fantastic now that they sort of recovered from their PGC performance. A Northern Knights, a Navi, all in the same lobby. And that's a different ball game. I sometimes, every now and then, I go scrim with some of my friends here and there, just to remind myself how insane some of these guys are in the game, and how it feels to completely get your head farmed with DMRs if Entropic's in your lobby. So it's a new level of challenge added on top. And it's going to be we're going to see some teams just crumble in this lobby because they have this next level of competition in front of them.
Yeah, we're certainly hoping that we see some of those newer up-and-coming teams adapt quickly and learn from the mistakes that they make, because realistically, like, as much as some of the top players are so mechanically skilled, there's probably a lot of players out there who are on a similar level to them who aren't at the top level in the game. But it does come down to decision making, to your confidence on the map, the aggression that you show, but controlling it well enough to the point where it's not just running it down and inting. That's one thing that I, as an APAC caster, they are cracked, but I swear they will just full send it into a compound and all die for a laugh. So hopefully none of that in Europe. We'll see a little bit more measured play style, and a lot of it comes down to, particularly in the early stages of the game, is just having the confidence to take those wider splits, particularly towards the center of the map, that give you the options when you start getting zones 2, 3 that give you the best priority spots for the late stages of the game. That's probably what we're going to be seeing the best teams in the lobby, or what we would sort of look at as the best teams in the lobby going for as well, is those wide splits early game towards the center of the map so they can control a space and hold it down against any competition.
Enough talking from us. We're actually heading into the game. We're actually ready for the first match. Earlier, it feels like ages ago. We're starting off on air angles. 3 air angles, and the team that I want to mention who started for that team, and they've recently made another roster change. They just built that roster with and around Ibiza, and now they've already had to let him go, replace him with Xiong, which is Samti. So that's definitely another big name, but also one of our teams that have just gone through roster moves. So definitely something to look out for. Definitely a lobby that they will have to prove themselves in, especially considering that they've been a team that sometimes struggles a little bit in these close qualifier kind of lobbies where they don't know every team as well. So they will have to adapt, and they will have to see how well they can perform in this lobby.
And they've got another little bit of an obstacle in the fact that Xiong had a slight connection problem, but he's back in the game, but he is several kilometers away from the rest of his squad for the time being, so he is going to have to regroup up, but nevertheless, I'm sure they will be fine. Of course, DA, well, you know their position that they go on the map. They have made, we'll say, a public announcement that anyone coming towards the eastern side of Rosehawk is definitely within the firing line, so Northern Lights definitely, just trying to jostle with them for the position around school. And of course, it's going to be a position that gives both of these teams pretty solid slots to make moves into this phase 1 circle, because this has gone further west, quite a lot further west than the plane path has, considering the position of teams like Ghetto Gang, Question Mark. You're going to have some rotations to try and make, even potentially over the military island or up towards north around Severny if they want to take it extra safe.
Yeah, it's the beauty of Erangel, really. It's what makes this map so fun and interesting to watch is the amount of options that teams will get, the amount of rotation routes that offer themselves up, the amount of loot spots that are viable is all just really fair and nice for the early game. It allows teams to transition into the late game freely and try and build to the best of their ability. Still, a bit of a circle that obviously favors the further east teams, like a Skade, like a Navi. There it is. I said it again, Skade. Just can't get him out of my head. Was even trying to talk about bystanders, just said Skade because I think about the name so much. But yeah, I mean, Navi in the center of this, the bystanders coming out of Yasnaya, those are teams that are going to be just struggling for these priority positions, that are going to be they're going to be competing for maybe that shelter area, maybe west of shelter, the new compound. That's going to be things that we see heat up fairly early, and then we have a lot of teams. If you're looking at Divan or Friends Divan in the northwest, if you're looking at Question Mark in the southwest, just so far away from the circle, they won't even really try to be quick.
Yeah, considering that we saw Friends Divan landing, driving away from the circle towards Zaki, definitely expecting a late move in from them, potentially up towards like Stalber and coming in on the northeastern side where they might expect less resistance. But this is early moves already coming through from a couple of the teams who we might have expected to do so. Northern Lights and DA already on the move, looking for those priority spots. Of course, Metralius will be the first to make it there, and Northern Lights will just have to either go past or a little bit of a drive-by, potentially, as he is going directly face first on top of him. Perfectix just about dodging out of the way. Metralius, he moved so early to the point he doesn't have a DMR. He has a Scar and a Beryl, but already that's enough for him to put a few warning shots towards Perfectix, but not enough to prevent them from grabbing that position in the zone that they were looking for anyway.
Exactly. That's a compound we've seen DA fight for quite a bit. It's a compound they have liked to play out of in the past. Granted, completely different lineup. DA probably one of the rosters that have gone through the most changes of any PUBG team I can remember in the last period. But a classic spot for a Rozhok sort of team. And even though they got a few shots off there, they're going to be a little bit hurt that they missed out on that opportunity, that they missed out on that compound to be playing out from. But if you've had a look at the map, you've seen as well that there's plenty of space there still to grab for them. So won't be all too sad. Northern Lights, maybe we'll have to group up soon with 2 players here and 2 players in the apps. As you can see now in the distance, DA repositioning around this, and they should be able to grab just fine positions to be starting our game 1 from.
The question is, of course, you grab the positions, but how much do you push your luck with it? If we look, just over the hilltop where Na'Vi are currently just expanding their control somewhat. They have a bit of a 2-1-1 split for the time being. Don't want to overcommit too much when they are in a position where anyone could just rock up on the hilltop above you and try and find some angles, but they do want to keep their options open towards the late stages of the game. So this is exactly what we're talking about. Some of the teams that maybe do have a bit of history and longevity to their names, we're looking at to take those central positions and push their luck somewhat with how they're able to control the area surrounding it. But you always got the chance of those up-and-coming teams looking to try and contend them for it. Ace's crew getting dangerously close to one half of the Na'Vi split. And Ace's crew certainly not a team who's going to sit back and take it lightly if they think that they have a chance of winning a fight.
100%. I think that's one of those teams that you're going to be looking out for in a fight, especially since they are not an established team, so to speak. We've seen Purdy play a few tournaments here and there with Jam and JR Head. We've seen the name Ace's crew around in the EU scene. But a team with Purdy Curdy and Sparking especially on it, I think a lot of the viewers right now would be expecting them to make sure that they can get into fights and that they can be winning out fights as well. And well, if you have Sparking on your roster and you're not taking fights, not sure what you're doing anyways.
Here we go. More rotations making their way through. Formulation Gaming making their way off the eastern bridge from the military island. No one there to try and camp them out. Not this time around.
Gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting to see how that slow circle 1 transitions into the late game here, because we haven't really seen any clashes. We see a few teams sort of getting close. Ace's crew, one of them, definitely clashing a little bit with the toxic players. We see Spark in there. He's the one that split off to the north, but to the southern side, you do have the toxic players creeping on into Ace's crew. So that should be something interesting to keep an eye out for. And then the rest of the map is extremely static and slow and quiet here. So it's gonna be a lot of players alive once that circle 2 pops, that is for sure.
Already toxic players just looking to try and find the angles to creep their way forward, but more gonna reveal itself. And now Ace's crew now knowing that they're okay, a long-range headshot for JR. So knowing that they're surrounded, not going to push their own luck too much, but still leaving Sparking to hold the northern side of this split. Not going to give up any ground. The toxic players are going to be forced to move further on into the zone, which all in all, provided they can make it there in one piece, they're not going to be too upset about. I can't really imagine that getting a position towards the southern side of Snake is going to be a bad thing in anyone's book.
No, and as we've seen that fight just dissolve nicely. We've seen more teams shifting on in. It's starting to look pretty nice on the map. It's starting to look like we have a pretty solid chance of getting 63 players into our zone 2 here. 1 minute 20 on the clock until that circle closes in, locks on up, and we see where we go. Ace's crew mentioned their split 2-2. We've seen where the toxic players are shifting to. We've seen them move on in to the Snake, like you just said. And I can't help but notice that, yeah, Navi's holding quite a bit of ground, but Northern Lights, they're holding everything between the apartments and the new compound.
Yeah, that sounds pretty accurate. Is generally how that works. Sparking. Headshot angle through the window. Level 3 vest is nice, but it's not going to prevent A mini shot to the face. Example, forced to dip back down and take a heal. Still feeling the pressure, the presence of the Aces crew, but not to the point of any real threat of a breach coming through just yet, although the rest of Na'Vi are heading over towards their vehicles, maybe anticipating having to try and make a move, but actually stretching their control just a little further along the ridge in anticipation for the phase 2 shift, just to make sure that they're fully set for as soon as this zone pops. They can make a decision quickly and efficiently and get into a spot.
This is where the real game kicks off, because we've seen a few rotates, we've seen some shots on cars here and there, but we haven't really seen any action just yet. We see Polish Power in a bit of an interesting position. Oh, that is far east. That is suddenly looking a whole lot like a prison or lumber mill ending is on the cards. You can see that whoever's done doing the map stream thought this was going a little bit further west, because we don't even have the whole circle on it at this point. That's how far east it went. You can see an instant reaction coming out of Bitfix, instant reaction out of Polish Power, and it's suddenly going to be, well, obviously, Captain Obvious here, positions that are further on the east are going to be a lot more interesting all of a sudden, and that involves that whole prison area, the whole shelter area, that should get fairly heated up and congested in, well, in the matter of the next minute, really.
And in typical Entropic fashion, a team that we haven't talked about just yet, but they have found themselves probably one of the prime positions for what is likely to be a good spot later on into the game, at the very least, where they can farm some damage, farm some rotators potentially, although they only have formulation to shoot at for now, as everyone else is just going for a full send. Na'Vi and DA about to run face first into each other. Mert lurking around the side. Uber has no idea. It's actually Alio who's going to get the better of it, and somehow that works out in favor of Na'Vi.
That's a full pull-up. Uber is going for the second, but he has no idea about Mert. Na'Vi, that looked like a successful pull-up. That looked like an opportunity to win a team fight, but now it's just Melman left alive. He's got a lot on his plate as well. He takes down Metralius for a second, and he has no chance to get it. So a beautiful observer bug that right there, and then before Twitch chat calls this T-Tours, just, you know, the classic observer cam getting stuck in a car. You hate to see it. But on the other hand, you know, I've never seen a car shoot a barrel spray like that. So that was certainly an experience, but not the experience that Na'Vi was hoping for. And with that knock in the kill feed, it's looking like DA has more troubles ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it started off very well for Na'Vi. They got the 2 opening knocks. It was really the third-party action that came in that caused a lot of problems for them, with bystanders getting involved just from the Hall of Fame to the north as well. But now the Ghetto Gang looking to pull up on the same position. Hueth taken down. That just leaves Schiller for DA all by himself. The rest of the squad now picked apart. And to use a favorite phrase of fellow APAC caster Xenox, felt a little bit like some mutually assured destruction as soon as Na'Vi just made that send into shelter. Obviously, they weren't aware of the position of DA, but DA set the trap, and while eventually they outlast Na'Vi, it has cost them pretty severely.
Yeah, and well, you know, I'm a little bit shocked that that is a phrase that's credited to Xenox. I feel like that's one of my favorite things to say, and whenever a PUBG fight happens. But
it's the most APAC phrase applicable, surely.
It is a classic PUBG sort of phrase, really. It's just the nature of the game, where a lot of fights are fights that teams have to take, but would prefer not to take. As we see Polish Power taking a fight early, Kapi getting himself up to 2 kills. I believe that was Bitfix Gaming getting taken out on the eastern side of Shelter, but Polish Power lose 1 in return. And I guess you might say that was mutually assured destruction, Sana.
It's certainly on its way towards it. Both teams now only at half strength. We'll see how detrimental that proves to be as the zone shifts away from them or directly on top of them. So, you know, it's not the worst case in the world, but now it's certainly, you're not going to favor Bitfix Gaming's chances any higher for the fact that they're 2 players strong. Should a team like Solo decide, hey, we want to take this compound, coming in, crashing against a 2-man is significantly easier than if they were full strength.
Basically, what Bitfix hope at this point is that the circle doesn't shift hard north or south. They don't want to be on the edge, because if they're in between Solo and friends, then they're not really in trouble, and they should be just fine. But as soon as they're on the edge and a team north or south of them has no more chances, then suddenly they're going to be in trouble. We see an on there in the hands of Zhong looking at the bystanders, but the bystanders are making the crash onto Northern Lights. They're calling this bluff. With her taking out Spyro, we mentioned the wide splits that Northern Lights were taking earlier on. They've now been punished, sir.
Well, what's interesting about that is the bystanders were originally in this position. This is where they were getting the third-party shots onto Na'Vi. They hopped in their vehicles to move out. Spyro rocked up to backfill them, and they said, no. Turned back around just to kill him off and reclaimed the position for themselves. They're now sending Flamey a little further north, up towards Alamo, to claim that spot for himself and take a little more control, force Northern Lights further down towards the west, towards Shelter, where the Ghetto Gang are still lurking. Still have not spotted out Schiller just yet, just keeping his head down for now. But, I mean, really, it's not a position that's going to... You're not going to fancy his chances of surviving until at least, top 8. I highly doubt a placement point is going to come from this, so maybe at best he can sneak out a cheeky knock and a flush. Atomical, copping a headshot from the hands of a doozy, but one is answered back, and that's a big double nade from the Squirtle Gang.
Squirtle Gang, possibly the best name in the tournament. Find a double knock there, but it's Entropic who are looking over the top as well, looking to get into that fight around the Wizard Tower. Still see a few shots coming out of question mark. We saw Atomical cop one to the head there, and then it's got to be a little bit careful. But yeah, just like that, Toxic Gang, I think I'm not sure if they got one of the reses off. They definitely lost one of these players to a confirm with a Molotov. As Squirrel Gang make a nice move out of their compound, take a little bit of an early aggression, weaken the teams around them, which in a position where once you come out of your compound, you'll have to fight your way in, either to the north or to the south. Weakening a team on yourself is possibly the best thing you could ever do in that situation.
And they do have a couple of options left, still a little bit of unclaimed territory towards their northern side as well, so just committing whatever they can to flushing out the remains of the toxic players, while Entropic overwatch from the far side. Formulation Gaming kept themselves out of the view of Entropic for the most part as they rotated over from the military island and around Milta. They've claimed the eastern side of the lumberyard, but they do still have some holding work to do. It looks like Shnushkadushki will be the one who is unavailable today.
Yeah,
with Vascu in place. So, not at all a sub who's going to be a downgrade in any regard, it's fair to say. Certainly a crack player in his own right. And we'll see what he's able to put on the board for Formulation up against a doozy. Once again, a quick jiggle peek on the spray and a reposition as the zone has for once shifted away towards the southwestern side, which is exactly what we said Bitfix was hoping would not happen.
Yep. Now it suddenly gets pretty rough. Now they're in for a rotation. We see the circle there. They're going to have to come in where Polish Power is coming in or go for a really wide wrap. And when you look at how many teams are already set up on that southeastern side, how many teams are going to be competing for the northern side, when you look at Bison, Solo, Skade, that's not going to be easy by any stretch. Especially with 2 players alive. So interested to see what they can do out of here. We've seen some prison sends even coming out in G-Loot. Northern Lights full sending prison in an early circle here and then. But in a circle like this, getting into prison, not really the play you'd want to be going for. But look at these shots from Faultlessly.
Some solid damage in, almost enough to get a knock on the drive-by. Wouldn't have really amounted to much more, I believe, as they just disappear off into the distance. But this certainly will, as Polish Power, the 2 men standing, having to hold the line against Friends Divine, have made the send around from Lipovka on the east. Claim some of the high ground. I'm not sure whether they're aware of the threat that lurks, but if they spot a vehicle or any hint of gunfire, I'll set the alert bells ringing. Question mark, though, have completed their wrap, but seem to have angered Entropic as well, as they're now looking to come in behind this as the toxic players down to a solo. Julian can't do anything about it. Dante catches him out from an off angle, and now Entropic come to reap the rewards of coming in. Perfectly timed third party from at the top of the hill.
It's pretty much what you expect from Entropic. They know when to take their fights and where to take their fights, but that should slow down on the southwestern side. It's a bit of a tricky area to be fighting in. You can see how much high ground there is involved, and you can see how many third-party angles could come out at any time. Question mark, they're in a pinch. They're getting crunched by the Squirtle Gang and Entropic, so I don't really fancy their chances. But I also don't see Entropic just running it down the hillside here to claim a few more points. They're going to stay up. They're going to stay safe. They're going to make sure their back is clear and play a calm and collected Entropic game from here. as we will slowly see question mark getting chipped away from. We see Skada actually taking out Solo on the northern side, with the bystanders getting in the mix. So the northern side definitely heating up at the same time. But for now, it's going to be Dante just prodding down in the smoke, so Doozy's nowhere to help. All they can really do is just try and bide more and more time.
It's just an attempt to get in on the northern side of the zone for Solo, but a little too late. Bitfix Gaming will cop a knock as well, as ironic, after picking up a singular point onto Solo and denying the full annihilation from Skada. That will leave Otto all by himself to try and make his way into prison while under fire from 3 angles at once. A Doozy still putting out fire, even though, despite the fact that there's about 10 players on the mini-map all looking in his direction, he's still going to go down quietly without a fight, looking for an angle through the car window, but can't quite find it. The tall grass just getting in the way, and might have to consider turning and looking for a knock on towards Cubit or nail up and try and see if they can find a way up the hill from that angle. But once again, it's not looking good for question mark. Hopes of making their way into the zone, which has once again shifted away from them, and bystanders going for yet another send.
They're going for the crash onto the wizard down from the top. They don't want to be stuck in the middle by the looks of things. They want to get aggressive towards the edge, but they've been instantly punished here. Look at the HP that's left on Herc and Keanu, and look who's arrived to the party. Northern Lights want to get into this. Flamey's going to have to do a massive amount of work there. Nowick finds another one. Herc, the last one up at the wizard tower, and bystanders, they try to take the aggression. They try to take matters into their own hands, but it's not been working out for them at all so far. As Entropic, they will try to do a similar thing to Formulation Gaming, but that looks like it's working out a lot more cleanly.
You kind of have some respect for the fact that the bystanders identifying the splits that are around and looking to punish them, although this time around it's not quite worked in their favor. Evas having to fight back as Atomical will trade the knock initially on towards Vaxu, but Lucarux will fall seconds later. On the side, Nailup was looking to try and creep, but unable to do so successfully. Stratos sniffs him out, sits him back down, but Purdy Curti and JR Head already moving. So as soon as this fight is concluded, another hurdle to try and jump if they want a chance to get into the zone.
And you gotta pay respect. Well, give credit where credit is due. Is what you could say is for Formulation Gaming, they've done a good job keeping Entropic out of this so far. It was looking like they could win that fight even until utility comes in from Ace's crew. Fun fact. Most utility damage in the close qualifier was by far the Aces crew, and that's not unexpected from a team that has Purdy Curdy on it. The man's loves his nades, and he knows how to use them as well. But can we just talk about the fact that Question Mark is still alive in this position somehow? Now, they finally lose one of their members, but it's Dante still alive, and we all know what Dante can do when he pops off. The man's an absolute menace, especially coming back from LAN now in the G-Loot tournaments. He's been absolutely insane. He's been farming left and right, and if I'm Squirtle Gang, if I'm Ace's crew, I'm a little bit concerned.
I think definitely the fact that Entropic had to turn around and focus some attention to Formulation Gaming helped them out, and it's actually helped them outlast the Squirtle Gang as well. But Dante, you've always got to have that 1% chance in the back of your head, but it looks like a very, very rough spot to try and move in towards the zone. It will be enough to take him down. No real entry point available. Would have been between a 2-2 split of Ace's crew and the rest of Entropic, who are actually looking to chase down onto Friends Divan somewhat. They popped up for just a couple of seconds. Entropic's still a 3-man, despite Purdy Curdy getting a knock as well, and the fight with Formulation Gaming, potential third parties, but they've still managed to keep their numbers high enough to the point where they can look to just keep some control on the top of the hill. Flamey just trying to find a way up into a dip of some description, but it already contains the Polish power.
And Polish power, remember when they were 2 alive, Saga? They were 3 alive when there were 63 players on this map. They were 2 alive when Circle 2 popped. Now they are still 2 alive, and they've put a considerable amount of kills on the board. 5 between Cappy and Crunio. They're gonna get placement points as well, and they're even in Circle 6, so they don't even have to move as other teams are tearing each other apart on the edge of this circle. Now you can see the Friends pinging the pain towards Entropic. Nordskiff, he was losing out that DMR battle versus Kuba earlier, but he does win with the barrel. And, well, you see Ace's crew on the minimap, you know Entropic's in trouble.
3x spray, not quite connecting through the grass, and that's going to be 2 knocks quickly in favor of Entropic. Lookrooks will be finished off though, but around the side of the tree, Illidan just can't quite get the angle. Evas there with the 3x, but he's a quick re-peek and a grenade from behind from JR Head. And that's game over for Entropic. And I've got to give a shout out to Schiller of Digital Athletics. I said he would struggle to get into the placement points whatsoever. I didn't expect to see him there. He's still alive. He's still kicking. For how much longer? Now Purdy Curdy picking up the AWM once again. The second of the map to be in play. JR Head with the AUG as well. So Ace's crew, not only with the position, not only with the numbers, but with the equipment to match as well.
It's another nade kill that gave them that easy entry onto Entropic. Now it's another nade towards Cappy. It's a molly coming out as well. You mentioned Sheila. He was actually getting himself another kill point there. Now Utility's finally coming back. Cappy looking on the money so far. He's been putting up a lot of points for Polish Power. But I will have to wonder. I was going to wonder if they bit off more than they could chew, but they get 2 entries. They might 2v4 this.
Cappy, unfortunately, a little overzealous as he makes the push towards the edge of the blue zone. Another grenade over the top from Crunio will at least secure a kill point for them. No hit points, and Sparking unable to get the better of him in the 1v1 with the spray. It could still be done. Only one more tag onto Jam would get the job done, but it looks like he might favor going back, looking to grab the revive. April still needs to be revived. He was the first to fall down to Schiller. The trade was attempted, wasn't able to come through. Sancho was flushed out from it as well. I'm just looking at the position of Otto now for Bitfix. He's going to have to try and creep his way up the side of the mountain to get out of prison, which is already difficult, but even more so with Lou and Batulin staring down at you. But if they for some reason have forgotten or just weren't aware that there was a player lurking down, you could get the timing right and spring up behind them while they're trying to take a fight up the hill and cause some serious damage to Northern Lights.
A lot of solo situations that could do a lot of damage, but it's looking like Northern Lights have an absolutely clear idea that there should be a player down here. Look how much attention they're paying to this angle. Look how much they're really giving tribute to the fact that there could be a player down there. And as we can see now, Polish Power slowed things down completely. They have done a little to equalize the numbers, and that's where it could be clean, and it's a 2. Grooney got 2, and it's a disaster for Ace's crew. Polish Power have 11 kills, Saga, and they've been 2 alive since 10 minutes into the game.
Crunio, that spray was filth, and Cappy was there to cap it all off. Pun not actually intended, but I'll claim credit for it. Ace's crew just got shredded from 2 angles for the Polish Power, but now that those have been picked off and removed from the lobby, you can already see Schengen, Lou, Effectix already creeping up to encroach on this position, looking for the angles. Cappy almost does enough to answer back some rapid-fire taps of his own, but Schengen forced to sit back down and go for a heal. He does manage to clean up both of the Polish Power boys just in time, so it's a straight-up 3v3. Ghetto Gang, Northern Lights, but will they be expecting the repeat from the very similar angle where Polish Power were if Northern Lights had kept creeping up behind them? Peeking from quite the same spot, but it looks like they have fallen back, gone for more of a regroup, peeking together.
It's a bit of a breather now after what the hell just happened with Polish Power and Ace's crew. We get to slow down a bit. We get another circle popping, and we get to see the Northern Lights versus Ghetto Gang CIS on CIS action. 7 kills for the Ghetto Gang is not going to be a bad game regardless of how this goes down, but you do have to favor Northern Lights' position a little bit. We will see if April is getting any work done on that flank. It's a risky flank, but maybe Ghetto Gang is in a position where they just have to take that risk, because if you're looking at the ground, the cover that they have to work with, it's extremely open. The Northern Lights have a lot more low ground and ridges they can play with. So maybe we need April to make a big play here, but no vest, 1v3 versus Northern Lights. That's going to be, well, biting off a lot. We'll see if he can chew it.
Perfectix is keeping an eye out and towards the high ground, maybe half anticipating a flank to come through. Would be correct in that assessment, but it's about the timing for April and the target selection as well. he can find Batulins while he's looking the other way, or Perfectix while he's not there for the trade. The grenade to come through over the top will give away the position. There's a couple of shots exchanged from April. A little bit of damage, but no more to come through. A smoke to maybe just draw the attention while he falls back across this treacherously flat area towards the rest of his squad, but we'll get away with it. Uncontested, unpeaked by Northern Lights, but it's so dangerously close to their heads, popping up over the grass and spotting him out in the open. Flashbang to come through. I'm a little bit confused as to where it came from. Potentially looking for a low ground flank, but not to be the case. The first taps to come through. A lot of damage dealt. And that's an ambitious nade to try and finish the job. And he's got it done as well.
Well, there's the utility once again. We've seen it come through a lot this game, this time from April, and you could see there for a second, Saka, you could see how little of an idea they had about where enemy players would be and if that low ground could be taken. But it feels like they're just lobbing them out, but they're landing perfectly. Batulins is the second one to fall. They get one of the reses Northern Lights here, maybe even get the second, but they're losing so much time. Blazer, he can just sweep down, and he's going to find absolutely nothing on the lower ground. And it's going to give them so much of an advantage. That lower ground angle from Schengen and Blazer, that's going to be so hard to deal with for Perfectix whenever he wants to come out of these smokes.
As soon as they start hearing that there's shots coming back from the smokes, they know that this area is clear. They've got 2 knocks on the far side, so the only way that, you know, that's possible is if the final player is on that side and has already grabbed the revives. April's angle might just be slightly exposed to the edge of the smoke, but Batulins, with a grenade of his own in hand, will try to toss it out. April with the first spray around the side, the second and the third. He's got all 3. Final bullet as well. Not a single one left in the barrel. He's taken every single one of them down, and that is a clean way to close out a game for Ghetto Gang.
That is a clean ending, and it's against no one less but Northern Lights, possibly the best team in Europe for the last few years. That's going to feel mighty good if you're the Ghetto Gang. That's going to be a massive start to kick off this tournament for them, and fairly enough, lots of kills towards the top 5 there, maybe the top 8, lots of kills on the top of the scoreboard. But that's going to be an explosive start to kick us off, and it's going to be for the Ghetto Gang, who definitely, I feel like, they're one of the strongest fragging teams in the lobby, but for them to come out, win game 1 against the Northern Lights in a 3v3, that's a big statement.
Absolutely is, and that's exactly what we said we need to see for the teams that maybe aren't established as like the tier 1 of Europe. You've got to come out, you've got to take the fight to them. That's exactly what was done. They were not the top fragging team in the lobby this time around, as that goes to the 2-man Polish power, who somehow picked up 11 kills and made it as far as they did, which is absurd as a duo, but all in all, very solid performance. And Northern Lights unable to turn things around, even though potentially could have got the drop on April once or twice if they'd peeked over slightly more aggressively. Wasn't the case. Utility was on point, and the spray at the end was just crispy clean.
Crispy clean. We'll hit you guys with a crispy clean break, and then we will be back in just a few minutes with the scoreboard, with the stats, and with game number 2.
All clear on the roof. Heading back down.
Roger. Hurry up. We need to move.
Just make sure I don't take a bullet in the back.
Looking good. Keep it steady.
I hear footsteps. I got a bad feeling.
Enemy spotted. Move! Move!
You're going up next time.
There won't be a next time.
Oi, Amelia, what's the deal then?
2 up top, 2 downstairs.
All right, so we just go prancing in the front door as per usual then, huh?
Not today, hermano. We must be like ghosts. Trust me, these will do the trick. The fog of war. Remove all visibility. We take them out one by one. They won't know what hit them.
Oi, who's that behind you? Look, here's what we do. Surprise attack. We go in big chicken dinner style through the window, guns blazing.
You mean like in Miramar?
Oh, shit. Enough. First, we smoke out the first floor. But we'll need a distraction. Something super loud and obnoxious.
Right, I see where this is going.
Don't worry, Aziz. I got your back.
Winner, winner.
So, where to next?
And just like that, we're back for game number 2. We're back from whatever that air angle was. That was a very slow start, Saga, and then it just completely fell apart. It completely exploded on that eastern side around the prison area. Beautiful to watch, to be honest. Didn't quite expect, didn't quite know what to expect from the first game, and it certainly delivered.
Yeah, we really set up for us to look really smart and talk about all of the high caliber teams setting up and taking positions in the center and controlling the zone. And that phase 2 shift just took all of that and threw it straight in the bin. Just hard over to the east. Everyone had to rotate for like all kinds of wild, crazy sends, but I think pretty much everything that we predicted in that game went wrong. I mean, Digital Athletics not making the top 8 was my prediction after just getting slapped by Na'Vi at the start and bystanders third partying, and they still managed to successfully do that at the very least. In fact, all in all, he managed to pick up 4 kills in total with the rest of the squad, got 6 points. That leaves them in the top 5 slot overall, currently tied with Entropic on 6 points. So not at all a bad game, despite the fact that 3 of their team died within the first 12 minutes. But all in all, we've got to talk about Ghetto Gang. We've got to talk about Polish Power and the way that they were so dominant in the kills, just played the hills so incredibly well.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have a look at the scoreboard in a matter of seconds, and we'll see quite how that shapes up. And I think the big surprise there is Polish Power, honestly. I mean, we're not surprised anymore. We already saw what happened. But if you're looking at Circle 1, if you're looking at Circle 2, nobody would have predicted Polish Power to be in second with 16 points after that game. That is massive. Curino and Capi just completely put the rest of the squad in their backpack. It is where Marslek feels the most comfortable, and it is what's going to get them into second place here. So just beaten by the winner of the match, who got a 10-kill win. That's going to feel fantastic for Polish Power here.
And Bitfix, the team that was able to sort of pick off half of Polish Power earlier on as well, picking up 5 points, tied on points with Skada. No placement points for them, nor is the placement points for bystanders either. And again, as much as I respect the full send style, they picked up some kill points, but it wasn't going to be enough to hold onto a position long enough into the zone, picked off by third parties from all angles. But all of the kill points, really, the double digits in particular, Ghetto Gang, Polish Power, April with the 3-man spray to close out the game against Northern Lights was so nice to see. So all in all, a pretty balanced across the scoreboard. A couple of teams who really had not the best of games. Na'Vi, of course, really had the rug pulled from under their feet on that phase 2 shift. So hopefully, if they take a nice central position, they can actually put it to some use in game 2.
Hopefully. We'll be having a look through some of the stats from that last game as well. Obviously, the map scoreboard is the total scoreboard right now, but when we look at kills and damage, we can look at the knocks as well. We'll have a few stats prepared here by the wonderful Playtonia team. And, well, no surprise there. Capi and Crunio, they took the entirety of the kills and knocks for Polish Power. So they put themselves up there on the leaderboard. And I think the one thing that you might have not expected is Lukarox there. We know Entropic got a few kills, but it's been pretty Lukarox heavy this game.
It certainly was. Schiller with 3 as well. It was actually a member of the Ghetto Gang that he was able to pick off by himself earlier on, Sancho. And it was actually April who was the first to be knocked as well by that snaky solo of Digital Athletics. So it could have been an entirely different game had he been able to pick up that flush, or at least an entirely different ending to it, but not to be the case. Schengen was the man who actually finished him off, and you saw the double tap from himself as the man to close out Polish Power's game earlier too. So he himself putting 5 kills on the board, but really the standout performers, Capi and Crunio, between the two of them, 11 kills. In particular, taking out the Aces crew on the top was just so nice.
Yeah, massive performance from them. We will see what other stats they have ready for us, as we should be looking at another 2. It should be survival time and damage dealt. And, well, no surprises there. Survival time after one game is always just going to be the winning team and well, the members of the losing team who didn't get flushed out before. So no big surprises there, but obviously pretty much what you expect to see, Saga. Entropic is almost always in the damage numbers. They have a playstyle and they have the mechanical skill to always be farming damage. This time, Lukarox and Kube. And then obviously, again, it's the Capi Crunio show.
We'll say having a 30-plus minute Erangel is uncharted territory for me. We've rarely ever, in my hometown of Thailand, ever make it past 26 minutes on Erangel. So it is a little bit of a different play style, to say the very least. But we've got to give a shout out as well. The flashbang that landed on the rock just as April made his push to it was really the bait that just made everyone think that there was a player lurking on the low ground for so long. It could have even been potentially a minute or two shorter towards the late stages of the game had either team committed to the push earlier on, but just that threat that there was someone lurking on the low ground, nobody wanted to push down over aggressively and sweep it just in case. But as soon as the Ghetto Gang realized, hey, there's no one actually down there, we can just push forwards and end the game, and that's exactly what they did.
I see what you're doing there, stealing my point from what we talked about in the break.
Yeah,
definitely,
you've got to be careful.
Definitely a really good point. Definitely won't bring up any analysis points anymore in the break because there's sharks in the water here. But yeah, obviously that was pretty much the main thing to talk about in that late game was how passive and safe Northern Lights and Ghetto Gang played it. And if any of them would have decided to go down for that lower ground, that would have snowballed the game fairly quickly. But obviously, they don't have the knowledge that we do. They don't have caster vision. They don't have X-ray on when they press X. So neither of them does decide to go for it. It's a classic PUBG situation where nobody calls the other team's bluff, and that's what leads us to this super late game. It's something that you wish teams would get the chance to practice more, because if you think about how many games these guys play, how much aim practice they do, you're not that often in a 3v3, 4v4 situation in Circle 9. It's something that's extremely rare, and it's just what makes it beautiful for us to watch, but also makes it hard for the teams to really prepare for and be ready for.
Yeah, it's certainly one that you can play as many scrims as you like, but you can never really guarantee that in a certain block you're going to be making it to a late game scenario like that. Things can always go wrong, even in just the scrims. But game number 2, a fresh start for teams who desperately need it. The likes of Solo Formulation Gaming making it out of game 1 without a point on the board, despite putting up a good fight to try and find a way into the zone, just weren't quite able to do so. Toxic Players and Na'Vi only with a single point as well, both in a very similar situation early on into the game. So hopefully we'll get the chance to see them pick up a couple of more as they head into the second game of the day. And hopefully it's just not the phase 2 shift that just completely throws their game plan in the bin.
Well, we'll see how things shape up. I've talked about the loot map a little bit earlier. We can see some concentrations about the Rozhok School Apps area. We can see, especially on Miramar, see a few hiccups here and there for teams that might struggle for vehicles. But playing like this is gonna be nice and easy going for almost anyone. The bystanders will stretch towards Yasnaya, DA and Northern Lights. They shouldn't be competing all too much. They should be just fine, and everyone should get to their loot spots just nicely and safely. As I say that, there's a bit of a vehicle struggle for Pixelic and Lou, but Lou is able to just walk away from that without Pixelic even trying to kill.
Not worth the time nor effort, he says. He'll just fall straight back, go and grab his own loot, but it does leave them potentially a little bit lacking in terms of the rotations that they have to make and the vehicles that they have to try and do them. This time around, Polish Power in their solid performance in game number 1, and Bitfix as well, after being dropped down to a 2-man early, have been rewarded with priority positions for game number 2. The circle going to be centering just towards the western side of shooting range up on the north part of Erangel, north of the river. So plenty of wide space and options, but the compound's very limited. So the few teams who do have the priority and the choice have to make their decision quickly and make it wisely as well. You really got to weigh up your options, as a hard shift in one direction or the other can leave you with actually very little to actually play in a zone up on this part of the map.
Yeah, it's definitely a tricky one to work with. This zone, if you don't get the bridge control that you really are aiming for, if you're Polish Power, if you're maybe Skade, maybe in other lobbies we see BBL always sending for that cube compound next to the bridge. This is probably going to be Skade or Solo. So these teams, they have a solid option to just compete for these easy compounds to be taking, because it doesn't really matter what the circle does. You'll have a way to cross. If you are one of the teams that is far on the south and you do want to make your send across, or you do have to gamble on the southern side, you're already making a very high impact play in circle 1 before you really know what's going on. So you either enjoy being a gambling man, or you suffer the consequences, which is always a bit interesting to see what the teams do. I certainly expect a few teams to be staying on that southern side, but the vast majority should just be on the north.
Certainly, if you're playing a numbers game, it certainly feels 85% that the north is the correct play on this time around. Of course, if you're coming in late and you can use Everest as a chance to scout, then certainly capable of doing so, but I wouldn't expect to see any big battles for it, not at this point in the game at the very least. Maybe if we do get that phase 2 hard shift that just throws everything out of the window once again, then potentially. Bitfix seemingly a little bit indecisive about which of the priority positions they want to try and take. Otto still laying claim, still waiting for the rest of his squad to make a move. Skada circling though. Physics is still over in Severny as the rest of the boys are in a lot of trouble. Nowick just rocks up with a shotgun, face first into the garage, and sits down Ivel from across the way. Now Ironic is really in trouble.
Util coming in already. It's a full breach by Skada. It's one of these compounds you see breached quite a bit in these circles. It's a hard compound to be seeing it coming as well if you're looking at how low it is situated around the cover. Now tags come in, they know Ironic's low, they're gonna get a flashbang into this room, they're gonna try and clear it. Novik has the perfect gun to do it. Ironic's full blind as well, and he does actually spot him, actually has a shotgun himself. But even if he would have gotten the knock, Samty would have been there to trade, and it's a good start for Skada. It's a terrible start for Bitfix Gaming, and I do have to bring it up really quickly. We saw the giveaway there on the left side of the screen. You can win both of the wanted sets, which are in the store right now. They might even be out of store. I know there was an update to the store. I'm not sure if you can even still buy them, but you will be able to win a pretty hefty chunk of skin sets in the giveaways that we'll be handing out in chat.
Otto, see what he's able to do in this position. He managed to, at the very least, salvage a point for Bitfix at the expense of Solo's sale. As he was trying to make his way over just a little bit too late to do anything about the crash of Skada, but managed to pick himself up a singular point. Now he has to try and make it out of there with an injured vehicle past not only Solo, but Digital Athletics as well. Jam knocked out very early on as they tried to make a send across the Roshok Bridge, the West Roshok Bridge. Cube compound, it's a little bit too much of a problem to get past. Of course, Otto, only 3 reels on the UAZ, not going too fast whatsoever. Digital Athletics, easy enough to spray him down out of that. And Bitfix now get there to try their luck once again as a solo. Physics is going all the way up, almost towards Zaki as well. Fair distance away from anyone else in the lobby, but it's really not looking good for Bitfix's chances this game.
It's also a stark contrast to what we saw in Game 1. Game 1, remember Circle 1 locked, so that we're still 3 minutes away from that. And we had everyone that connected to the game still alive. The only one missing was, I believe it was Masterlek, definitely was one of Polish Power, Norkis or Masterlek, who didn't really connect to the game, who couldn't make it into the lobby, but everyone else was still alive. Now we've already had 5 casualties in just the first 7 minutes. So definitely getting a little bit more feisty, and I think that is just due to the circle as well. That is due to that circle where you'd have to probably want to gamble on the northern side of things if you want to be in a comfortable, good spot. There's not that many compounds that are really situated nicely enough for teams to feel good in. So we see these early struggles, and we're not done anytime soon. Na'Vi is going for the next early game drive-by.
Oh, well, this time it's gone a little more successfully. Although this is how it started off in game number 1, and then the third parties came in and everything fell apart. So hopefully, not going to see a full revival of game number 1. Uber should be able to be picked back up again. Sparking not going to be so lucky. Smoke out in the hand of example. Just to try and keep Uber safe for now, but Purdy Curti, he tried to peek up over the top, tried to get some sort of response, but wasn't able to do it. Example just making sure that JR kill was not going to be stolen away. A couple of probing shots coming in from Team Solo, but unable to find the angle around the tree in time. Now it looks like Na'Vi this time have definitely been a little more successful. Purdy Curti has just got in his car and dipped over towards the dips by shooting range. It's on a bike as well, so not exactly the safest of rotations, but I'm not taking the shots at him just yet, so he should just about get out okay.
Should just about get out okay. Should be another solo on the list of solos that are trying to salvage something for their team. Another victim of these early game clashes and crashes. We'll have another one right there and then. I'm not sure what's going on with Perfectix. And Lou is just deciding to farm a completely different team, puts down Illidan, and oh, that's another one falling for the Squirtle gang. They've breached Severny. They have had Northern Lights holding this down, and even though Lou is farming other people, Perfectix is shooting broken cars, they're still not coming out on top.
It's just farming people 400 meters away with a 3x, I think, is the full description of what Lou is doing. Just Lou things, just casually being a psychopath. Noki, though, anticipating the push to come through. Northern Lights, a team that, you know, once they smell blood in the water, they're not going to let you make it out of there. But they're also a little tempered in their aggression, despite what we're seeing with clearly being a little feisty, a little bit trigger happy towards those broken vehicles. But they are going to look to try and continue the push for now. Noki, he's got a lot of work to do with his pump. Even more so now.
Even more so now. Last one, left to his own devices. We saw Spyro there doing his best Assassin's Creed impression, just flying off a roof onto the next one. And you can see Noki here this is pretty much how a lot of EU ranked looks like. Shotgun in the corner. He's not trying to res his teammate. He's not trying to make a hero play. He's just trying to get one flush with this. And, well, we all know how dangerous the pump can be. Divan. Excuse me. I'm going to keep calling them Divan. They're calling themselves Friends Divan. No. And, well, Northern Lights, they've played a lot of rank too, and they know how to clear out a rat. Noki does go down. Squirtle gang will not have the best game. And as we see Lou waiting for that molly to fade, we have a circle 2 on our hands. We've gone towards Severny. We've gone towards the shooting range. We'll hopefully have a look in it in a bit, as we see DA taking a high priority compound. We've seen Friends Divan move past Severny. There's the circle. Shout out to the observer team as, oh, that's not what you like to see for DA, but good rotation coming out of the Friends there. They out-rotate Northern Lights, who are busy clearing out their town, put themselves in a good spot in the center of the circle. Na'Vi playing the dips and the shack, bystanders in the shooting range itself. A lot of good positions for a lot of our teams, and a lot more struggles to come. You're on the southwest side or the southeast, as we see Atomical taking another solo player away, leaving them down to just 2.
Solo player, but not a solo player. Just to be clear, just to clear that up. Nailup rocks up on the southwestern side of Severny and is almost immediately sat down. Lookarooks trying to get in the vehicle and get out of there before the push comes through, because once again, Northern Lights are not a team to let you get away with shenanigans on their turf. But Cuba trying... Okay, Spyro. I mean, even for you, that's a bit ambitious. But Formulation Gaming this time, I don't know, something must have made them angry about game number 1. Coming back with a vengeance. Cuba sat down from range by Atomical with a double headshot, and very quickly, bystanders feeling a bolt action. Enter the nasal cavity.
It's been messy, Saga. It's been a lot. It's been a lot of kills. It's been a lot of fights. It's been a lot of people dying, and that does free up quite a lot of space as well. That does make our map a little bit more empty than it should. Even if you still have 14 teams alive, remember, you still have Physics out there on the north for Bitfix. We did see Purdy Curdy go for a similar sort of position earlier, but he does get taken out. So we do lose a few teams here and there, but even more members of teams lost. And that is going to just mean a lot of space not being controlled and a lot of space being up for the grabs for a team that comes in from the edge, for a team like the Ghetto Gang coming in from the south, for a team that maybe gets to find a little bit more information. Speak about Formulation Gaming, for example. They have the high ground next to shooting range. They should be able to pinpoint that western side next to Na'Vi is fairly uncontested. They might even see an option to rotate on in towards the north, towards Divan, if it really hard shifts away from them. Shouldn't happen, but you never know in phase 3. So definitely lots of options, lots of opportunities for teams that manage to get some scouting done. But for being fair here, it's also a hard circle to scout in. There's a lot of high ground that you just can't look over. And now we know we're going to the shooting range, which is sort of in that bowl. So unless you get to the hillsides where Na'Vi or Formulation Gaming are playing, you won't be seeing into this circle all that much.
Yeah, this is sort of blind send into those grenadable dips territory, and there's a very good reason that is a last-ditch option. We've seen it time and time again, particularly the dip on towards the eastern side of shooting range is so... It's just a funnel. A couple of grenades go flying in your direction, and that's it. That's vehicles exploded, you exploded along with them. The southern side dips are a little more survivable, it's fair to say. Not so much playable, but certainly you can hit the deck and just keep your head down for a little while longer, but it's really not what you want. It's not peak gaming physique, that's to say at the very least, about just lying down in the dips around shooting range, but everything else is very hotly contested. A doozy taken down from a shot from way out behind them towards the edge of the blue zone. Maybe weren't anticipating a team to be coming in quite so late behind them, but should be able to grab the revive. That's a dirty couple of shots from Uber to take down Marsalek, and well, finished off quite amicably by Norkis.
That's something we see quite a bit, which is teammates flushing over teammates that have been knocked out of a car. Now, question mark, we saw that knock on the roof, Saga, and I was about to say that might actually be impactful. It's a long-range DMR knock, but Aduzi giving himself up there, putting himself in the open in front of a team that has nowhere to go. Toxic players, they need to find a way in, and if they can grab a few kill points on the northern side here, if they can take a 2v3 in this compound, 2v4 in the compound, they will take that any day of the week. Second nade is beautiful. Huge. And it's just like that. Question mark, one of the big names that we mentioned earlier, one of the invited teams coming into lobby, down to half of their strength. And it should be 2 kill points collected for the Toxic players.
Julian smoking the doorway so we can try and find a way in as well. Hobbits was dropped down to single-digit hit points as he was trying to cover the angle. Wasn't able to do so successfully. Kill points will be cleaned up by the Toxic players, and oh, it just gets worse for question mark as they tried to fade away into the distance. Shong is there lying in wait to clean them up. Toxic players maybe getting a bit of a preview of their own fate if they are a little careless on their own rotation, but Schiller pushed out from the compound to try and get involved in this, and Pixelic not even needing to put the third arm or the western set that he won in game 1 rigged into any use. Picking up a couple more kills for Skada.
He's picking up kills, and they've picked up 6 kills out of a position where they should just be playing a slow rotation game. They've been positioning themselves well. They've gotten a tiny bit lucky, maybe, but they've been really there where it matters. Pixelic picking up 2 from the A there is massive, not only because of the kill points, but once again, the space that's garnered. But look at that. Soset finds 2 on his own. Priel, nowhere to be found just yet, but he is backstabbing them. If you look at the left of your screen, you'll see Priel there creeping on up with the DMR as well, providing another distraction, putting in more pressure towards the Ghetto Gang, and he's lobbing out that nade. So he's got another one as well in his pockets. And, well, that's Priel down to hockey. That's Formulation saying hello.
Well, that was the backline angle. Cleaned up just as he was trying to get into a position to try and look for the final Ghetto Ganger of Sancho. He will be denied. Formulation Gaming looking to hold on to the high ground, and it looks like they'll be successful in doing so. How do you even see that through the tip of the smoke? So I said with another knock, and a Formulation Gaming will commit 2 to clean up that side and have their southern edge of the zone entirely cleared. Hold that high ground all for themselves. They're under a little bit of fire from bystanders, so have to stem the aggression just somewhat, and that will mean the Ghetto Gang can at the very least get the revives and move on. Millman could use a couple more shots for the M24, but when you're up against this, I'm not sure how much it's going to matter.
Look how many bolts we're seeing as well. Remember, we started to watch Lou there popping off with the 3x. Now we see Novik with one. We see Pixelake over the arm. Quite a few bolts in play. Quite a few players opting to go for that knockout punch potential. On the left of the screen, you see the wanted set once again. That's one of the 2 that you can win in the giveaways. And, well, speaking about winning, I think we're about to see Skard go for a winning play here. And yeah, well, that's another arm. I feel like, you know, when you speak about playing bolties, that's one thing. Playing an arm is sort of, you know, no question at all. That is just, if you find it, you pick it up. It just has too much impact. But playing an M24, you've got to hit your headshots with that to have any impact, and Melman has just done that.
Fortunately found one of the heads of Skada players who was not protected by the level 3 helmet. Thankfully was able to do so with just the 1 bullet expended, because he still only has 6, so can't really get too involved in those long range engagements unless he's able to grab a little bit more ammo from a generous teammate. But I mean, Uber can't be that guy. He's only got 17 himself. Well, you know, I saw the headshot symbol in the kill feed. I got excited for a second there, but that's just Hjort dropping down Stratos. Formulation Gaming still surviving up at the top of the hill. A full send from Skada, having to go past the toxic players now. And it looks like they're going directly on top of Digital Athletics on the bunker.
They're sending it in. They're going for the bunker play. They didn't want to take the fight to Na'Vi. They wanted to go for a more central position. Maybe they also just wanted to avoid Na'Vi right now. We saw the pressure coming in from Melman. And look at all these Na'Vi players. They're all 4 playing 7.62. And they're all 4 almost out of bullets. But it doesn't matter when you connect like that. Xiong doesn't make it into the shack. Now he's isolated. They're going to have to go for a risky res. But the bystanders, they're going for the sweep on the southern side. They're not happy to sit in shooting range. They've taken some knocks towards Polish Power, but I don't think they have anyone standing on that approach anymore.
Flamey pushed out with a double nade onto a Polish Power duo from game number 1, but Norkis answers back. He's cleaned up both of the bystanders, and they really are not living up to their name so far today. They're getting very aggressive, getting very involved. Toxic players no longer have a chance to do any of that, as they have been fully sat down. Mossboard with a couple of kills picked up. Norkis just has to deal now with more and more pressure mounting. Melman is creeping in this direction. Sounds like he's looting bodies, so I'm not sure whether he's heard the steps creeping forwards or had a chance to peek up over the top. Should have heard it now. Not going to be the case. He does just about dip down to the ground, but it's not going to be enough. Melman catches him out in the open, and maybe, just maybe, if they can get some smokes up and get the chance to loot it, that could be the ammo that they need. Oh,
no, you have not done that, Pixel. Oh, that is so toxic. The A's locked into the bunker. They're done. They're done and out. Oh, it's beautiful. I don't think I've ever seen that in a comp game. I've only seen that in public games, I think.
I've seen it attempted.
Yeah, I've seen it attempted quite a few times. I don't think I've ever seen it pulled off, though.
At least not on this bunker. I've seen it on the shelter bunkers. But there's other ways out there.
Yeah,
that is just DA.
It doesn't really count. Yeah, this is DA stuck. Done. They're done and dusted. They're dink dog dead, Saga.
Sure.
Well, the Lights are fighting in Tropic, though. And so far, coming away cleanly.
5 kills on the board already for Northern Lights. 3 of them in the hands of Spyro. And Tropic, just a 2-man over the top of them, but still looking for angles. Batulin's down to about half hit points. You've still got Friends Divine up north, still also looking to try and find their way just to creep further forward into the zone, but it's rough. Every inch that they move forward is just exposing them to more and more of the southern angles. This hilltop is nice to have, but as soon as you have to go beyond about halfway to the south, like 100 meters or so onto the hilltop, it's kind of just no cover whatsoever. Really finding that out the hard way. Batulins is to try and use his own vehicle for some cover, but it's not going to be enough. Tap down from underneath, long range mini taps. Just about get the damage dealt. They've tried to make their way into that heavily grenadable dip, but Batulins is just not quite going to make it.
Taking the words out of my mouth before I could even say them. You can just feel how much Northern Lights do not want to be 4-man in that dip. It's much harder to get out than it is to get in. But well, you're trying to peek for Betulins. You're trying to get some pressure towards the friends, and you have an arm facing your way. That's tough times for all Knights. Now they're going to try and get Lou back up. They're going to look for an angle, but oh, look at that. It comes through into the feet of Lou. He needs another smoke here. He does deploy it, and will have a chance to at least get that res, but I saw a smoke roll in there. I guess it must have been an energy drink or some other texture. But there's no smoke for Lou. There is just a dry res stuck for the Northern Lights, and they're in a lot of trouble if the friends can keep putting up that pressure. But look at the zone saga. Friends, they won't be here for long.
Yeah, it's really not quite as game over for them as it is for DA. There is still a chance that they could at least move into the zone. But DA, they can sort of hug the very edge of it for the next circle, but that's pretty much it. Like, that's game over for them. But at the very least, once again, they've made it into the top 8. They got placement points, but there's very little else that they can do other than sit here and just accept that they have been scattered and locked in underground, and there is simply no way out for them. Over the top, they can just hear everyone having fun and enjoying their Battle Royale shooter title. They just don't get to play today. Unfortunate.
It's a survival game. You know,
it is.
They're still in. They're gonna get placement points from this, which is funny. But they'll die a very sad death when they do. That is for sure.
They have no control over how many placement points they get out of this. It's just how long they can hug the edge of the zone until everyone else dies around them. Alia did manage to pick up an airdrop crate, so he's got a Groza, a little bit of ammo that he could spread around the team, but point when the rest of the team is just getting grenaded out of existence. Nordskiff, that came from the north, and we said that they were probably done, but they've just rocked down off the hilltop. A grenade has wiped out Skada, and they're looking to finish the job on Na'Vi at the same time as well.
It's an absolute cluster on the northern side. Oh, there's a Groza for Alia. There's a few more 7.62 bullets found for him. Example now, he's going to do it all, but he finds the first one for free, and the other one's already fallen to a different team. It's York who gets down Illidan, and somehow we've seen Skada eliminated here, and we still see DA struggle. We still see them just to try and get out. Na'Vi, they don't even know. Example, he's got to be mighty careful that he doesn't res on an angle where maybe DA can fit a few bullets through.
They've had to fall back down the staircase now. They were lurking for a second. They were trying to see what they could get involved in, but now they've been sent back down to the naughty corner underground and just hope that the zone feeds them, which it doesn't. So they will eventually lose out to the blue zone. At the very least, they're not giving points over to anyone. They've got a couple of placement points out of it, potentially more if they can outlast Ivas at the top. They will be able to do so. Good damage dealt, but not quite enough. Batulin's not able to contribute. So could have quite easily turned that into a couple more extra points for Entropic, but not going to be the case. Northern Lights should be able to grab the revives as well as just that congregation over towards the northwestern side of the zone. Na'Vi and bystanders going to have to deal with one another as Formulation Gaming quietly have crept their way down the hilltop, played into the dips, and are now making their way through the shooting range, looking for angles onto anyone who remains standing.
It's been an absolute cluster. It's been straight up aggression, and now it's slowly starting to finally calm down a little bit. The bystanders 2 up. They've got to make their way into the zone. Formulation Gaming on the southern side of things, we talked about it. They've been quiet. They've been passive. DA, they're just showing their rage. They're just making a bit of noise as Mitralius. And well, you might tank a bit of damage to try and get the first hit off there quicker, but realistically, you're not surviving anyone. 5th place should be all you get, unless some absolute miracle happens, where the bystanders or Na'Vi get torn apart. Northern Lights, they will try to take a fight south, but they should never be able to finish that in time before DA fall. But never say never when Lou has 4 grenades in his hand.
And an MK as well. We can't
and Spyro's got 4 too.
Understate that. They're not quite in the grenadable dips, but they're certainly proving to be very grenadable anyway. Spyro's grenade will find the target. Lou's MK will find the target. Stratos is so low, but the grenade only tickles Atomical for 5 damage. He's got a couple more to try and toss out in the direction of Formulation Gaming. There's just no pressure anymore on Northern Lights. That one will bounce over the ridge. Kino pops up from behind just to steal away the kill, and he's just immediately dropped at the same time. The final grenade of Spyro. they have just bombarded Formulation Gaming completely out of play.
Completely. And then Keanu comes over the top and he's like, well, there's points to grab here. And he gets sat down, but in a manner that's just ruthless. That is just, oh, it's filthy. It's beautiful to watch, but it's bad.
Top 4 in all of this.
It's bad news for the Bystanders, because that was a lot of kills to grab as well. And well, he was holding and healing against this. But yeah, I mean, this is the one Northern Lights player that has not been throwing all of his nades at Formulation Gaming, and I had to sort of take back my words, Saga. I was like, there's no way, right? And then I see 4 nades on Lou, 3 on Spyro, and I'm like, there is a way. And DA actually come out ahead of Formulation Gaming in this absolute clown fiesta situation.
It's a word that we've adopted from MOBA titles, but it's so often relevant. Clown fiesta. All around shooting range. Bystanders have crept their way to a top 2 finish. Hjort, not entirely sure what else he can do. Trying to go for the tactical deny. Spyro looking for the pre-fire angle through the window. Couldn't find it, so it will only be the 11-point win. Psych 13 because they cleaned up Na'Vi as well. Northern Lights, a second time in the top 2, except this time they finish the job and pick up 10 additional kills from what they had in game number 1. This is exactly what we expect to see from one of those teams, the big name teams coming into all of this, that we just very much expect to see at the top of the standings in pretty much every game.
Well, you do. I mean, it's boring to keep talking about these teams, but I think Northern Lights has just shown with that start what they can do and what they achieve. And we saw them struggle, Saga. We saw them in that position. They didn't want to put 4 players into a dip, but Tulins gets knocked. Then suddenly there's an arm looking at them from the north, and they come out this dominant. I think just goes to show the capabilities of these players, especially when they have to deal with an Entropic on the south. They have to deal with a Na'Vi on the north, and they don't even take casualties. They don't really have any struggles with that. They just throw a few nades, a few MK8X sprays, and suddenly they're looking at a 13-kill win. That's what I mentioned earlier. It's not fun to be in a lobby with these guys.
Yeah, it's not easy for them, but they just make it look like it is. And as positions that they've been put into, it's all about smart utility usage, keeping your cars in a space where you can get the cover. And not only that, but the smoke grenades, the timing of them has to be good. You can't overlap them too much or you'll run out too quickly. And they bought enough time that Devan had to get off that hilltop and opted not to make the send towards them, but sent it towards the opposite side where there was kills available for the likes of Skada from Na'Vi. And in the end, they managed to not only do that, but keep enough lethal utility to wipe out Formulation Gaming before they even had a chance of answering back. And from there on out, they had the positioning, they had the player advantage, and they just closed it out in very, very clean fashion.
Clean, dominant Northern Lights. We'll hit a short break. We'll talk about more what happened in this game when we come back from the break.
All clear on the roof. Heading back down.
Roger. Hurry up. We need to move.
Just make sure I don't take a bullet in the back.
Looking good. Keep it steady.
I hear footsteps. I got a bad feeling.
Enemy spotted. Move! Move!
You're going up next time.
There won't be a next time.
Oi, Amelia, what's the deal then?
2 up top, 2 downstairs.
All right, so we just go prancing in the front door as per usual then, huh?
Not today, hermano. We must be like ghosts. Trust me, these will do the trick. The fog of war. Remove all visibility. We take them out one by one. They won't know what hit them.
Oi, who's that behind you? Look, here's what we do. Surprise attack. We go in big chicken dinner style through the window, guns blazing.
You mean like in Miramar?
Oh, shit. Enough. First, we smoke out the first floor. but we'll need a distraction. Something super loud and obnoxious.
Right, I see where this is going.
Don't worry, Aziz. I got your back.
Three down.
Vamos!
Winner, winner.
So, where to next?
And just like that, that is the first time you're going to be seeing us for in front of an Erangel game saga. This is the third time. I think I butchered that as badly as you could. Last Erangel is coming up. We're looking at a leaderboard with 2 games on it, 5 for the night, so definitely plenty of points still to be garnered. But a massive start for Northern Lights, and as soon as we kick it over to the stats, I think you'll see that reflected there.
I think it's not going to be a surprise if you've had your eyes open for the first couple of games at the very least, that Northern Lights will be making it to the top. That is, in total, not only 10 points for this game and 13 kill points, but we add that on to the total from game number 1 with the second place finish as well. They will comfortably be up in first place, particularly with their closest competition after game 1 of Ghetto Gang and Polish Power not having the best of times in game number 2, only 2 points apiece. So they, for now, have built themselves a bit of a lead. It's a 15-game series, though, so you can't get overly comfortable, but it's certainly a very good start with a lot of momentum for the final 3 games.
Yeah, I think momentum is a good point. If you're looking at a 15-game series, like you said, you still start off hot. You might wanna change things up if you're feeling that you're not in the position that you want to be in after maybe 10 games or something along those lines. So definitely not going to be all too much questioning going on after 2 or 3 games. But like you said, momentum's always good. So it's especially in a lobby where you maybe don't know what to expect, where you maybe haven't been feeling all that great, like Northern Lights. They've been playing fantastically, but like I said, they've been a little bit in the shadow of Entropic. So coming out hot is definitely going to be a nice boost for them, especially when we look at the overall scoreboard a little later.
Yeah, certainly a couple of teams who have had a bit better performances from game number 1. Formulation Gaming creeping their way up to 7. Friends with 8 on the board as well, both not having the best of times in our first game, so at the very least getting themselves on the board and getting the ball rolling, so to speak. A couple of teams that particularly like Question Mark is one that maybe we wouldn't have expected to see a 0-point game after a 3-pointer in game number 1, but sometimes you're just getting rough positions in the circles and the rotation's just not working out in your favor. Sometimes you're getting caught by teams coming out later in the blue zone than you might have expected, and so that has left them unfortunately in a low point for the map, as well as the overall scores, where hopefully we will see a bit of a turnaround in game number 3.
Yeah, sometimes rotations don't work out. Someone comes out of the blue unexpectedly, and sometimes by Northern Lights just rain 8 nades on you and shoot you in the head with an MK14. And then your game's over. 32 points, easily, nicely spread between rank points and kill points for the Northern Lights. It's going to put them in a good position to start in. The Ghetto Gang, obviously, winning game 1, reasonable performance in game 2. They're going to be still up there in second. Polish Power still sort of piggybacking off that hero performance in the last game. 16 points, remember, now up to 18. And no massive surprises. I would say the biggest surprise for me on that leaderboard, Saga, is Entropic only being 9th. Even though it's only 2 games, that's still, not really what you would expect from them.
Yeah, definitely not, but there's still plenty of time for them to turn things back around. And like we said, the best teams do both, not only getting the kills, but getting the placements. Northern Lights, they're just proving that. Couldn't really give a much better example. It's exactly even across the kill points and the rank points too. Entropic, certainly a team that we would expect to see make it up towards that end of the standings by the end of today, dropping 3 points or 3 places in the previous game alone. Navi jumping up 8 spots after the second game, after getting just a single point in game number 1. This time 13 points on the board will boost them up into the top 5 positions as well.
Yeah, we have a lot more games ahead, and we have a lot more surprises ahead, probably that we can continue to discuss. I do hope that we see some of the qualified teams throw a spanner in the works. I hope it's not going to be the Northern Lights show, just for the sake of this tournament, just for the sake of keeping things interesting. But when you're looking at a team that's really been dominating the last 2 years of the top level, obviously, you wouldn't be surprised. But then if a team like Bitfix, if a team like Solo even, who are in last place right now, they just lost out on G-League qualifiers by quite literally 2 or 3 points. And they're definitely up there with these teams. They definitely have the potential to show us what they got and to make it a competitive tournament. So we'll probably see a little bit of a tightening up on the scoreboard, and I really, really hope that we actually do as well in reality.
Yeah, we've still got Ghetto Gang as one of the qualifiers crews to come in, still holding on to second place and looking as though that they're keeping up with the big boys in the lobby as well. So hopefully they'll be able to do that. Maybe we see a little bit of the NA players start to wake up as it gets later in the day for them as well. And that would mean Ace's crew have a chance to break up into the top 8 for game number 3.
Ace's crew certainly haven't been showing up as much as you'd expect them to. And as we head into our third angle, production is able to show that a lot better than I was able to phrase that. We
suspiciously military, doesn't it?
It's a southern plane, but yeah, Ace's crew definitely one of the names that you don't expect to be on that lower side of the scoreboard. But once again, 2 games, you do have to talk about the scoreboard, but you probably shouldn't be putting too much importance on it, at least not weighting your opinions all too heavily. And well, you already touched on it. That is about as southern as a plane can really get, Saga.
We've got 2 and a little bit teams looking to stake an early claim onto Military Island space. Of course, heading over towards the eastern side of Roshawk on a zone like this would at the very least mean that you're contesting for vehicles to try and make it there, which is simply not what DA fancy doing at this current moment in time. They will just stick towards where the flight path was and roll the dice a little bit, gamble on the Military Island zone, which on a flight path like this, you've got a very solid chance of that being the case, and I'm sure we'll find out in just a few seconds.
Bill, it's just 5 seconds away, and you can already tell that anyone, oh boy, it does not get more military than that, really. I was about to say, no one's really stretching too far north, hopefully, but we'll still see some teams like the Bystanders just drive to the Jasnaya here, and we'll see Polish power looting around Mansion. We'll see Northern Lights floating on into the apartments. And, well, these kind of circles and these kind of planes are a reason why teams have alternate drops, why teams like DA drop on these military compounds sometimes. But there really isn't space for more than 3 and maybe a half teams on Millie base. So some teams just have to bite the bullet. And well, for this one, it's looking like Bystanders are a good candidate for that. They're going to be just massively late to this.
Yeah. I'm a little curious to see what the game plan is for Squirtle Gang here. They've got Frenchie already on the Military Island alone. The rest of the crew did go over to Farm and Milta. I'm somewhat interested to see if Frenchie can be a sort of preliminary scout for the Squirtle Gang and just let the rest of them know, hey guys, there is a bridge camp set up here, and potentially try and find angles on towards them to at least sow some discord if the Ghetto Gang do opt to set up a bit of a bridge camp on the south side of the East Bridge, which is certainly an option for them, whether or not it's one that they want to go for or whether they want to try and just take themselves a better position. Frenchie is the man who will unlock that information for the Squirtle Gang if he can go undetected and not get ran down and killed.
It's a dangerous game to play, really, because not only do you have to worry about teams crossing bridges, not only do you have to worry about your team not able to group up if Ghetto Gang decide to take control of bridges, you also have to worry about teams like Na'Vi, right? Who they will just take a boat across, they will run it in, and suddenly you've got 4 angry CIS players on your doorstep, and that's not going to be a good time. We've seen Na'Vi taking a lot of early fights these last 2 games, and taking a 4v1, not going to be a problem for them at all. So definitely interested to see how that plays out as we see Toxic players, the first ones to really cross the bridge. In DA, they're in a very interesting split, Saga.
Yeah, they're still in their looting spots. They've not really made any sort of moves to regroup early on. That could be potentially dangerous for DA if Schiller, well, now knowing that the Toxic players are on the way nearby, he will let loose a few shots just to let them know that this position is occupied and taken. Toxic players, not being the most aggressive team in the lobby, are not going to take that as an invitation to go for a full breach. They will continue on their way towards the high ground position on the far western side of Millie Base, where Question Mark sent Hobbits across earlier on in a vehicle alone. Ooh, slight crash, but continues on his way. And now the rest of the gang take a second boat over from Primorsk just to regroup and hold on to the cliffs on the far western tip of Military Island.
A lot of really interesting splits and decisions that you could just look at and pull apart. And have a full podcast about this game if you wanted to. Question mark, you touched on it. They send Hobbit over. They now get a doozy to group on up. But really fast split. DA, though, they only have Mert in here with one player to back him up, but it's looking like they don't even need any more. With gets the confirm. Hockey is out on an island in Formulation Gaming, just like that. They've been stopped in their tracks, and they've walked into the trap that is DA on the southern side of military base.
Successful hold on the 2-2 split from a man without a vest. Mert not having the best of it in terms of loot, but does get a bit of a delivery from Formulation Gaming, who will just bypass the rest of DA as they look to fully commit to the regroup. Formulation Gaming may be wondering why they didn't just end up going here in the first place and take this spot for free.
It's a little bit unfortunate of an outcome in the other game for them, that's for sure. I'm still not entirely sure what question mark has on their minds. Looks like they wanted to go for that compound that Ace's crew just took, but instantly spotted, instantly out into the open. Dante's already running for it. Forsley is going to try to put a little bit of damage back, but there is that firepower that we've been waiting to see. There's that firepower that we've been talking up, Saga. Sparkin putting out a good bit of damage. Pretty Curdy chiming on in as well. And I couldn't help but realize when we looked at the damage after game one, that was Jam up there actually in the top 5. Not really the name you expect to pop off when you have names like Sparking on the roster. He's certainly been putting in numbers for the SS crew as well.
Jam just there making Purdy Curtis' grenades look better than they are, maybe. Just tagging everyone down to 5 hit points, and then the grenade can just about do the rest. Who knows? He's a pretty solid player when he has anything other than a revolver in his hands, and sometimes even when he has that. Question mark, still going to struggle. They got over quickly, but that's the downside of sending it across early in the boats, is that you just don't have vehicles as soon as you make it to the other side. As soon as you breach land, you're on foot from that point on. Ace's crew made the send uncontested over the bridge early enough to get into this position, and despite how early question mark got in the boats and made the send, Ace's crew got there first. That's going to cost them a doozy, and it still looks like question mark are just not able to have the success that we were hoping to see from a roster with the names that it has.
Certainly not so far. Don't want to jinx it just yet, but one thing that we do have to talk about as well is this circle. There is no possible way that you could say this is an easier, nicer circle than with the one we had last game, right? This is as hard south as it can, military base, basically no space on the north. Everybody knows they have to cross. Somehow we still have a lot more players alive than we had this time last game. Somehow the game has just worked out in a way where everyone's avoided themselves. It's really only a single players getting picked off. We might see that changing fairly soon on the eastern bridge, or maybe even with Entropic if they spot that boat. But a very civilized start, considering how rough the circle should be in theory.
Yeah, Ghetto Gang prioritized the position over looking to try and pick off any kill points on the eastern bridge. I think that was a large part of why that was the case. Polish Power did their scouting as well and have concluded that no one is lurking, and now feeling confident enough to cross the bridge directly as well. It's a pretty solid position as well that the Ghetto Gang have picked up. It's one of those common endings on a zone like this, just to go towards the south of the TDM Plains area, just over that main bit of road, and they can have a lot of safety and control for the time being, and then push out into that area later on, should the opportunity show itself, if the circle does in fact decide to go into that area of Sosnovka Island. A few teams still left to make their cross. Northern Lights just going to send it over in the vehicles. They're scouting. It was much shorter than that of Polish Power, but they're still happy with the job that's been done. Bitfix, I think, probably taking the final boat available over from the newish edition of the ferry pier on the south side of the mainland. And that's just going to leave the bystanders, well, literally bystanding on the main island, the final team left to try and make a cross. And it looks like either they're going to head over towards the western bridge, or they're just going to send it straight off and swim across. I've got to say, it looks like sending it off and swimming is, from our perspective, probably the safer option, considering the position of Navi.
I'm very glad you said from our perspective, because This is one of these things, right? Where it's like, well, guys, just swim, right? What's the problem? And it's very easy to put yourself in that position, especially Twitch chat loves to really backseat every now and then. Or I've seen some players complain about analyst segments as well, where it's like, yeah, just take the Eastern Bridge, it's free, right? But obviously the bystanders, they have not even a fraction of the intel that we have at this point. Same is to be true for Entropic. But it's looking like they had a good idea. Nail up on the high ground has spotted out players for the rest of his team. Gets turned on by Nordskiv. Overall, the numbers in favor with the Nate landing. This should be the cleanup crew for Entropic.
Yeah, we're keeping tabs on the friend Divan boat. Pulled up on the beach down below and setting up a bit of a trap. But Lukaruk's now taken down as well. Qubit has to just peek up over the time, get the timing right, but his position is very much known. And that's the two high ground angles already removed, and the fight back onto Entropic is so good from Mossboard and Nordskiff. Evas now last man standing. He has to just toss the grenades out over the top, try and get smokes up so we can look for a revive. This has gone so much worse than Entropic were hoping for.
Oh, and Nordskiff doesn't quite instantly get the shots, but Warboss gets another headshot in Evas. He's fallen down the rocks as well. They know this at this point. Wow. And it's almost everything there. Nordskiff and Mossboard, it was looking so lost for them, but they turn it around, basically a 4v2 at that point, with the knocks had already come in. And an unexpected fight for Entropic to lose, but it's good resilience there from the friends. It's about as hard of a fight as I have to fight with myself to not call them Divan when they have the same logo and the same players and almost the same clan tag. But they turn that around beautifully. And once again, it's an uncharacteristic loss for Entropic, really. It's basically what they're best at, is winning these fights all the time. Not winning the hardest fight in the world, but winning the normal fights every single time.
Bystanders tested the patience of Na'Vi a little bit, waited. Na'Vi have now regrouped, and bystanders were rewarded for that by getting an airdrop crate just before they made their move over the bridge. Should find themselves now uncontested. So 8 players have been removed, eliminated from the game, including the entirety of Entropic, who, well, they're not going to be breaking into the top 8 this game, that's for sure. So it's going to have to be a lot of hard work on Miramar to try and catch up to where their expectation would have been coming into the start of today. Northern Lights, very much on the far eastern edge of the zone. Still, Batulins has found the high ground in classic Batulins fashion. And despite the fact that he's getting ticked down by the blue zone, he's going to use it to its maximum effect. Do some scouting forwards, see what he can spot for the crew, see what position is available to grab.
It's a classic Northern Lights play. Slow, collected, grab all the information you can get, play based off it, play split up. Not even all going for the same position. They're going to spread out a little bit on their eastern edge. They're going to try and find options for whatever the next circle does. And once it kicks, they're going to be quick to react. So classic Northern Lights play, exactly what you expect from them. Question mark, we saw them struggle a lot early game, losing one to Ace's crew on that western approach. Now they're just sitting in this compound, hiding out, maybe hoping to get crashed even, hoping to get someone their way. But they do need a hard shift for anyone to even consider going to their compound right now. So depending on where our circle 3 takes us, they're going to be having to move, and they're going to be having to move without vehicles. It's fairly west. Not hard south, not hard surf. It's hard surf. Yeah, that's a new direction I just made up in my mind. But at question mark, they get to stay one more zone, but I don't even know if they want to at this point, because come next circle, lots of teams around them, it's going to get extremely hard to get out of that compound.
Certainly will be. The Ghetto Gang had the compound on the far southern side, but they've already given that up. They've made a move in towards the western edge of the military base itself, and in that sort of swampy area, nowhere near the length and girth of the swamp on Destin, the new map, which is out, but not in competitive just yet. But it is an impressive swamp if you get the chance to see it. But Ghetto Gang just going to have to play the tinier angle one on the very edge of military base for the time being. Toxic players still holding just ahead of them. Polish Power with a 2-2 split in a little bit of a wetlands of their own. down towards the southern side, taking the shots at friends as they do make their move in, backfilling what was originally Ghetto Gang that was backfilled by DA in a 2-2 split and now belongs to friends. As Solo, Northern Lights are both going to have to try and creep their way around this side of the zone. And have now got a bit of a firing line set up ahead of them.
It's going to be tricky times on the south. It's going to be a similar situation on the north where we have bystanders and Skada as well facing off. If you aren't yet, I highly recommend checking out the map stream, !map, if you want to keep up to date with all positions of all players. Obviously, we have 15 teams still alive. It's a pretty impossible task to show you everyone at the same time. So map stream does not hurt. Guillaume, I think he's about to be in a world of hurt. Physics is taking his time, though. It's the suppressed mini with the 4x. It's possibly the worst sort of loadout for the mini you can have. But if he finds that first headshot, he might still be able to tap it down, and he's just got to take the shot at some point. He hits the prone, stands back up, and oh no, it's awkward. Headshot does not connect, the body tags do, but you could see that right there and then. That's 2 tags, and that's the player at 60 HP. So he's not even far below the first 8 threshold, and now the Squirtle gang, they will be alerted to the position of Bitfix, and they will probably start getting ready for any push coming their way.
It's just one of those where you sort of start to overthink it at that point, where you're just watching a player that refuses to stand still, just give you the free headshot. You have to really work for it, and then you start to get in your own head a little bit, just waiting for that perfect opportunity that never really comes to fruition. That's more the angle. You said a 4x on the mini isn't ideal. Well, he just sat down Lou with a 2x on his. And that worked out pretty well for himself. Most of Northern Lights, looks like they're actually just going to have to give that one up out in the blue zone. Doesn't look like there's going to be much of a chance to revive. Yvel looking for the angle, but out in the blue zone himself. The zone has shifted down towards the southeastern side of the zone, so back once again towards Devan, the original compound held by Ghetto Gang. And it does look like there's a very good chance that this will be going towards the plains and just on the southern side of the road as well. So Polish Power creeping their way towards it. Nordkis just moving away from the rest of the squad, trying to get a foothold in that area.
Oh, and look at that. That fight has been building for the last 3 minutes or so, and the bystanders last second hop in a car and get the hell out of there. No casualties taken. 4-man in a clown car, though, and they're going straight into Navi. They're going straight into another gauntlet that they have to run through. A bit of damage comes out from Herc. Now, going to try and bandage up while driving. They're going to try and ride the edge here as example.
Oh, he got
actually
stoned.
Pops the head. Takes one out of the car. It's really to be expected. This time it's Otto. Good damage done for Bitfix. But the bystanders, they've got a few question marks ahead here. They have not made their cross into Millibase just yet. They've already lost a member. And with how that circle shaped up, they don't have a whole lot of playable ground in front of them as well. You mentioned the plains. They are the center of attention. They are where teams want to send right now. The bystanders, they have a long way there.
Gonna have to get past the Ghetto Gang first as they try and make their send. They will claim the swamp itself. Ghetto Gang just about 20 to 50 meters off to the side of it, and definitely within grenade range. Flamey will be the first to cop one. Skada hopped in their vehicles and made a very similar play. Went the opposite direction. They've actually ran into question mark as they on foot, still without a single vehicle after pulling up in the boats. Just caught in the middle of the open. And once again, we have that sort of mutually assured destruction.
Yeah, it's a losing battle for a lot of these teams, but it's not one that they can really dodge here. Bitfix, they want to put some pressure towards Northern Lights. We see countless fights popping off in the kill feed as well. It's Skada versus question mark on the west. It's nice shots from Ironic. He sits down Spyro. That's the second knock onto Northern Lights. That's just Batulins left up and kicking in that little dip. And, well, you know, they're not even just fun and fine with just fighting Northern Lights. They take the fight to the Squirrel Gang at the same time, and with this much util coming in, with the flashes coming in, there's a solid chance for Physics to find that, but he's getting pushed into the dip by the third-party fire, and he has absolutely no clue where Guillaume is. That's a free frag. Ivel's got to get the trade. You can see now their attention is getting diverted. It doesn't matter, because Ironic is farming Northern Lights, though.
Made the push successfully. Physic slightly less successful with his own push, but the majority of Bitfix will creep their way forwards, and as soon as we say that, Otto Tapped down by JR. Long range with the SKS once again. Polish Power now forced to regroup and make their way over to the plains in their entirety, but now Na'Vi coming in from the northern side behind Bitfix, and Ironic and Otto both taken down, removed. Ivel has to just push in, try and finish off what Physics started. Should note, there's a Squirtle gang lurking around nearby, but around in the vehicles, his own smoke's blocking the line of fire. Just taking his time about it.
He's smoking his own off, and I think he's trying to loot for more util. You see him crawling to the right. He knows he wants another body. He knows he wants to get some lethals, maybe a flashbang, maybe something of the sorts. There's the flashbang now coming out. Maybe he has another one to follow it up. It's looking like it because these smokes are fading. The flashbangs are doing its job. He's flashed himself a little bit. His own will stand up, and Ivel will take him down. It's another frag for Bitfix Gaming. It's more survival, 5 kills for them right now. And it's even playable area inside the circle. Na'Vi was looking this way. It was looking like they were going to third party this fight whenever it kicked off. But Na'Vi has decided we're going west, and Bitfix, they will live to fight another day.
For the time being, that's certainly the case. But so will the Squirtle gang, as Frenchie, the Lone Ranger from the beginning of the game, the only Squirtle to land on the Millie Island, still just lurking a little bit ahead. Uber quickly traded from long range. It's JR with the SKS again. Solo and friend Devan down on the far southern side of the island just pick each other apart. The AWMs come out to play once again. Solo being the gatekeepers in that scenario. Toxic players still looking to try and find a push forwards, but now with Na'Vi pushing on towards them. All the smokes being expended just to desperately try and grab what revives they can, but grenades flying in their direction. Oh, the bounce on that. What did that even bounce off? It bounced off the barbed wire at the top of the fence. That's painful. For example, he still has a Molotov to try and cut off the entrance into the fence itself. And if he can line it up, could even potentially get a drop on Leosh. Alia's grenades lined up very, very well. And that's going to be yet another knock. And a Molotov to follow it up as well.
It's an absolute mess on the northern side. It's really just nobody wants to be there at this point. Toxic players, they're feeling the pain. Na'Vi already felt the third parties. They're going to feel more of that any second. Ghetto Gang's been holding these dips for quite a long time. The bystanders, we saw their send into this tiny little bowl that they're hiding on out. And it's just so many teams with such little space to play with. Just firing lines from the entire circle coming into this tiny bit of an area. Now it's going to be the bystanders falling first. It's going to be toxic players once they have to cross the road. Julian should be done for. And I don't really see Na'Vi making their way in either, with how much fire is just coming in from 4 or 5 teams at this point.
Just Alia lurking with just the concrete base of the fence for cover. It's not going to provide cover from Jempty. Off to the side, finds the angle. And already we're down to 28 players alive. Less than half of those that landed boots on the ground at the start of the game. Still with 11 teams, though. A lot of solos, a lot of duos lurking around. Ace's crew, certainly not one of them. 4 men standing. Very solid position in the plains. Farming a lot of damage and really dealing so much damage now. Purdy Curdy, the M16 double headshot onto Cappy. They're looking to really lay claim to this area all for themselves.
Oh, it's just a bloodbath if you're not on the southern plains right now. It feels like there's a chance that this could go north still. It feels like the dips where Ghetto Gang is holding out is fantastic playground as well. But if you're a team on the southern edge, if you're a solo, if you're a Skada on the west even, if you're a Polish Power on the east, you've got so much to overcome now. Lots of firing lines onto the south. We've seen lots of solos on the north with Jempty, Julian, even Ivel making the send in. Getting into another circle for Bitfix is going to be more placement points on the board. The fights are going to be on the southern side. There's Sosid taken down by the blue zone. And there is Polish Power looking for an entry. They need a knock here. They need to make their approach a little bit easier because it's just a straight send. It's probably going to be a bloodbath. But North just run over Frenchie?
Well, that works. That's one way in, I suppose.
Well, I mean, that's a kill point, and that's possibly a placement point somewhere down the line. Sparkin falls to the nade. Polish Power have made their entrance right in the TDM dip, right, where you probably have the most experience you have in any place on the Millie Island is where Polish Power is holding on out, and with Sparking going down, that is their entry done. They're still farming solo, but Polish Power has made an entry that Ace's crew, they really wanted to not let them. They didn't really want them to get their foot in the door, and now they'll have to deal with him come this next zone.
Especially now with the loss of Sparking, not only the grenade from Norkis get the knock on him, but well, the last remaining bit fixer from all the way up north is able to steal away the flush as well. Whoops. That's not what Crunio was aiming for. Priel probably was what he was aiming for. He's gone down, but he's just going to have to grab a revive onto the teammate at the same time too. This is in a very awkward spot, actually, to grab the revive. They're going to have to smoke over to get to him.
Should still be possible in some shape or form. If you're looking at the minimap, you can see the amount of shots coming into Ivel at this point. He's not having a happy time there. He's not a happy camper at this point. Circle goes north, though. The circle goes onto the Kiddo Gang. It's not the classic plane circle that you're so used to seeing. It's the northern dip circle. It's a bit more of a rarity when it comes to competitive games, and it means these solos on the north, maybe Yempty, maybe Julian, they'll have some survivability on that northern side of the fence. DA, they're not taking any chances. They want to clear out the dip next to them, and they're looking to confirm that onto Stratos as well. They're not in themselves, remember? They'll have to play out into the open come the next circle, so they really can't have anyone co-inhabiting their tiny little bit area that they have on the southwestern side. They're also a little bit too afraid to make the complete push because they know they'll just get torn apart if they run across the open field.
Jempty picked off, so no more survivability for Skada's solo. Julian, plenty of space for him to work with. Avel dropped as well. Pernicurti once again with the M16 popping up as Polish Power cleaned up. That's 2 more kills for him. Who needs a DMR? Polish Power down in 7th place. They tried to just make the send across from the dip up towards the fenced off area, but a combination of Ace's crew and Ghetto Gang, just too much for them to get beyond. One more tag. So close. That'll do it. Mert drops him out.
It's actually Mert who gets that. It's actually DA who keep putting points on the board, and you can see right there why they do not want to make an approach towards Formulation Gaming. They're definitely putting out the damage. They're definitely making sure Stratos and Hawkey keep their heads down, but they haven't been able to clear them out just yet. And even if one of these mollies land, as long as they don't both do, that's not going to be enough damage to really put a player down. That's going to be a little bit of an issue, especially if Formulation Gaming just put out 1 or 2 smokes to survive in them for a while, and then take the fight to DA when DA really wants to make the cross across the field. And it's not like they wouldn't have enough problems already. Look at the angles that JR and the rest of Ace's crew are getting. They're making sends further in towards the zone. They're making sends for cover. They found one of the very few pieces that are in the zone right now. Purdy Curdy said he's rocking the M16. He's actually got 2 kills with it already. And, well, Ace's crew, this might be the game where they push themselves towards our top 8. DA's on the set.
Themselves away from any potential problems caused by Formulation Gaming. Blue Zone will take care of that for them. Toxic players still surviving, still with Julian just lurking on the outside, on the very outskirts by the fence. I don't think DA is aware of him. He did unleash a few shots to clean up Jempty not too long ago, but they certainly have their back turned. Hewith, very, very low. That's a well-placed grenade.
They don't even know.
But the follow-up isn't quite there, I think.
He's giving them time to go for the res. He wants to tap down a player that's not looking, but Sheila is the one that's covering. He can't spot the head of the resing player. And it's a masterful plan, really. It's perfect patience. It's perfect trigger discipline. But because they don't really give him an option, and might not have even been intentional. It might not even be DA knowing where that nade come from. It's just
now they know.
Being a little bit aware of what could be angles towards their position. And they avoid it beautifully. And now they will take down Julian. Multiple angles around that crate should do the trick for them. Mert's in the open, though. He's got to win out that battle. He's taking Honest because there's not really a whole lot of support coming in from his team. If that angle is so open, it's Schengen from the other side. That solves the problem for DA and puts us well and truly into a 4v3.
for a possible wrap across through the swamp is Schengen, but doesn't want to get overly aggressive. If he did so, Metralius would be there to hold the crossing angle. It's just another knock onto DA that goes unflushed. Had plenty of those. I'm pretty sure everyone on the team by this point has been knocked out at some point, but always been able to be picked back up. Positionally, gotta give them the advantage, although whether that's just the fact that they have the extra player to take that central position in the zone, especially now that Schengen was unable to cross. The blue zone has taken him down and finished him off, so the Ghetto Gang down to just 2, down to 1 now as Metralius springs the trap on April, and the push is coming through. Brody Curtis' M16 Reign of Terror finally comes to an end.
About damn time, some would say. The A is really putting out damage, and they're putting out damage where it matters, with Ghetto Gang being the close team to them, the team that they want to clear out to take the fight to Ace's crew. That knock goes a long way, but it's Jam who picks up both. The long-range grenade throw, and who better than Ace's crew to put in utility damage? It's what you expect from them. And that is the trade for now. That's Jam caught in the open. It's too much work. It's no chance. It is DA who pick up a win. 8 kills with it. And a big, big sign of life for the Turkish team.
Just got to consider that, of course, they dropped on that position on the western side of military base, but with how slow they were to regroup early on, again, things went a little bit different at the start of the game. That crash from Formulation Gaming could have taken away half of the Digital Athletics team numbers very early on, but things... You know, it's very much a butterfly effect in PUBG. It's if something in phase 1 goes slightly different, a couple of extra bullets land, shots go slightly different way, it could have been an entirely different game. But DA still keeping all 4 members strong, getting themselves away from danger, and constantly getting those revives as well, even in tough positions. Very, very key in how they were able to close out the game at the very end.
Speaking about butterfly effect, imagine if they res open to Julian there, and suddenly their game is just fully gone. That's 2 knocks, probably a confirm. That's maybe even the Ghetto Gang getting involved if they see that weakness, and
exactly.
Could have fallen apart just like that. But we're gonna hit another short break, and then we'll be back with Miramar, and maybe I can introduce that one a little bit better than I did with the last Erangel.
All clear on the roof. Heading back down.
Roger. Hurry up. We need to move.
Just make sure I don't take a bullet in the back.
Looking good. Keep it steady.
I hear footsteps. I got a bad feeling.
Enemy spotted. Move! Move!
You're going up next time.
There won't be a next time.
Oi, Amelia, what's the deal then?
2 up top, 2 downstairs.
All right, so we just go prancing in the front door as per usual then, huh?
Not today, hermano. We must be like ghosts. Trust me, these will do the trick. The fog of war. Remove all visibility. We take them out one by one. They won't know what hit them.
Oi, who's that behind you? Look, here's what we do. Surprise attack. We go in big chicken dinner style through the window, guns blazing.
You mean like in Miramar?
Oh, shit. Enough. First, we smoke out the first floor. But we'll need a distraction. Something super loud and obnoxious.
Right, I see where this is going.
Don't worry, Aziz. I got your back.
I found the perfect way to introduce ourselves back to the desk, Saga. I'll just not try. I'll just say, hello, guys. We're back. It's another game coming up. We've done with Erangel. We're moving to Miramar. 2 more games tonight. 2 more Miramars. We're going to the desert. We're going to the map where Skada has been performing lately. They've been underperforming a little bit today, but it's also not been their map. So we'll see if they can continue their little Miramar bias they got going on. But I think it's fair to say that we see a few teams sort of pushing themselves ahead of the pack a little bit, Saga.
Peak German efficiency on that intro. I love to see it. Just straight up in there with the hello. Unbelievable. Yeah, so I mean, Northern Lights really not having their best of times in game number 3, which is different to what we've seen. But certainly a couple of other teams getting the better. A couple that we said that we wanted to see have a little bit better performances, like Ace's crew as well, making it pretty late into that game. 2nd place overall. They're now pretty even actually on the kill points and placements with 11 kills and 10 placement points overall. But things certainly starting to pick up here and there, but definitely stagnating somewhat for a few of the other teams. Entropic, I still just can't get over the fact that we said that it was weird they're in 9th. They're now in 13th place after 3 games, after copping a very early L at the hands of friends who really just weren't all that friendly to them.
No, and I mean, you've got to give credit to Purdy there with the M16 actually putting up numbers. Not something you see a whole lot, not something you're really used to seeing either. We should have a look at the match scoreboard though, to see how that game played out and who actually put the points on the board where it matters. No surprise that we'll see the top 4 teams up there. And we also see that Polish Power actually got some placement points, which is, not something that they tend to be very consistent with. So good to see them put 1 on the board there. But obviously, I think it's fair to say that DA, out of the 3 teams in the top 3 right now, they've been the more consistent team. Northern Lights and Ghetto Gang, they've both had 1 game with basically 0 points. And DA has just been putting up points throughout. And this time, 10 placement points, 8 kill points. You're not going to be all too mad about that when you've really just been scrapping your way from the south to the entire north of that plains field.
I think DA may be the only team in the lobby so far where the placement points outweigh the kill points in the overall standings. That's just how consistently they've been showing up in the late stages of the game. 10 placement points rather, with 8 kill points in the final game as well. 8 kills for Ace's crew and a 2nd place finish. So it could really have gone either way there, unfortunately, but just the positioning, the numerical advantage, just the fact that DA kept all 4 players alive until the very late stages of the game, got the revives in very awkward circumstances, which was just not able to happen for a couple of the other teams. Question Mark, Northern Lights, and Entropic, all on 0 points. Bystanders on just the 1. 4 teams that really we do not expect to be seeing having games that bad in at this point in the event.
And Skada on top of that, that's 5 of our invited teams on the bottom 8. But we should have a look at the overall scoreboard. We've mentioned it briefly with DA up there, with the Northern Lights and Ghetto Gang up there. But we should have a look and have you guys look at it as well. Polish Power in 4th place, close by, and then it really gets extremely close there, right? 23, 21, 20 is what you expect after 3 games. But it's good to see things balance out. You always have these outliers after 1 or 2 games, and then usually things close up a bit. I think it's fair to say the big outliers are Question Mark and Entropic here. That the real big surprises on this leaderboard are those 2 teams being in 12th and 16th respectively, Saga.
Again, everyone else, like we said, they've played so many rounds to make it through this far. It's a little bit of getting used to the half of the teams in this lobby, potentially a little bit of just warm up, maybe something along those lines. It could just be a bit of a slow start. They've still got 3 days of games left to go. So 12 more chances for Entropic, Question Mark, and the likes of those down towards the bottom end of the standings to try and catch up in points. And really things have been pretty spread. It looked as though we were potentially going to be having a very Northern Lights centric scoreboard, but after a 0-pointer in game number 3, it has left it in a very realistic position where, even Question Mark, Entropic, particularly a couple of good games on Miramar, they could find themselves right back up at the top end of the standings by the final game of the day. So it's certainly not entirely out of the question, but we certainly do want to start seeing some of that form that we expect to see from them very soon.
And it's also not really, when you looked at that game, we talked about Northern Lights coming in, right? They looked like they were getting bridge camped. They avoid that easily. They have Batulins on that mountaintop on the observatory, just giving them all the information on the eastern side of Millie Base. And they come in there, calm and collected, slowly. They spread out widely, get a lot of ground, get a lot of information. And it was looking like one of those games where they have a lot of ground to cover. They have to make moves into a circle, but they do find their gaps usually, and they do find their entries or force their entries if they have to. But then we see them fall completely. Just we saw that mini knock coming in from the Squirtle gang, Bitfix coming up as well, and then suddenly Northern Lights is in a dip and getting completely annihilated by Ironic there. So not really a characteristic game for them, but how much of that is down to just Ironic just popping heads with that 2x M4? Can't do all that much about it at that point. It's a little bit more about how they ended up in that dip, getting naded out and getting pushed by Bitfix.
Yeah, it's a rough situation to find yourself in, but it was a very rough circle for the teams that, well, you know what? Just all of the teams. It was rough for everyone. There was no one who you can really say like had the best position in that zone. I mean, Ace's crew, yeah, they were on the planes for a while. Purdy Curti even being up on top of the plane wing with the M16 taking shots. It always blows my mind when I see people just being that bold just to climb up on top and getting those elevated positions and just not getting shredded from everywhere in the zone at once. But you know, sometimes it just works out, gets you to the point where you're cleaning up some of the crews around you, and then you can move on a little bit later on into the zone. But that's not going to be the case here. There was no military, well, there is a military base here, but there's no military island on Miramar, and there's certainly no planes TDM segment, so it's very unlikely that we're going to be seeing anyone running up the wings late on in the game. But we are on our first Miramar of the day, our penultimate game, and a flight path that is, all in all, pretty amicable compared to what we've seen a lot of on Erangel.
It is not the FaZe Airlines some people used to say when FaZe was the Milta Power team, where really they're the only one happy about the plane path. But if you're looking at it completely objectively, and this is about as far east as that plane was south on Miramar, it's just that south on Erangel, sorry. It's just that we don't have that massive landmass split off to the eastern side that the circle can go to. But I think the last game was also a bit of a lesson on about how Circle 1 doesn't matter all that much, even if it's a melee circle, right? It's probably the most impactful circle in the game, if you're looking at phase 1s. And still, the teams kept it together extremely well. I think we had 62 players going into phase 2, something like that. I remember a doozy going out. I remember a few solos here and there, but realistically, almost no casualties, even though it's one of the roughest circles. And the teams showing great discipline there, making sure to keep their numbers up, which should be a whole lot easier on this phase 1 Miramar as it's about to pop.
I gotta wonder actually if the change the super settings has any sort of precedent on that, like teams seeming to favor getting the position to get themselves potentially later on and pick up those placement points rather than just sticking over. We didn't see a bridge camp at all on either bridge, or even really anyone trying to camp the cliffs to take shots at boats beyond just a couple. So no one really just looking to pick up those easy, quote unquote, kill points. This time around, the Squirtle gang, though, will not have to really do much to get themselves a pretty good position in the circle. They're going to stretch their parachutes a little bit, and they're going to drop directly on top of it, as down towards the church on the eastern side of Chumasera will just about be the center of our phase 1 circle. Not the best news for Question Mark once again, who just continually cannot get themselves a decent position in the circle. They're going to be rotating for a while once again, and Bitfix as well in quite the same boat too.
It's maybe a little bit of justice for the Squirtle gang as well. They've been having a rough day. They've been having a rough go at this. Now they get a circle that couldn't be a whole lot better for them. It's far south on the side of Miramar. It's one of the hardest to access areas, that area that Ghetto Gang is situated in. And if they get themselves the church, maybe they get themselves access to the apartment south of that, then they only need one northwest shift, and suddenly they're in the best spot on the map. So definitely a chance for retribution there. And definitely what you expect to see, but what's so beautiful about PUBG is you have lots and lots of RNG in one game, you have a lot less in 3 games. And when you have just a lot of plane paths, a lot of circles, different maps, different rotations for teams, it all tends to even out, and it all tends to be a fair and square tournament towards the end of it. And with us having 15 games to play here, Saga, no one's really going to be complaining all too much about Circle 1s, about plane paths, about their loot spots.
That's generally the case. I feel like whenever we cast together, we always have the same sort of conversation about, like, Circle 1, it's cool, but it's certainly not, like, the be-all and end-all. Game 1 proved that. It's like, you know, Northern Lights, DA, Na'Vi having the best positions in the game, and then suddenly Phase 2 decides that none of that is relevant anymore. So certainly it's not the end of the world for a team like Question Mark. Let's say they wrap all the way down past Pozo coming towards Southwest. Phase 2 could feasibly shift in that direction, but the odds of it happening are a little slimmer than literally anywhere else. So it's always rough, but it's never the end of the world. There's always ways that you can fight your way in, but surely for a team like Question Mark, who really just have had a bit of a rough day so far today, it's just another little bit of kick in the teeth. This is another kick in the teeth as well for Ace's crew after coming off the back. A second place finish, plenty of kills to go their way, and suddenly almost losing 2 players so early on. Possibly even they will. Naileup is chasing down in the vehicle, looking to try and get that final tag into JR head, but he's just going to disappear over the top. But actually almost ran face first into Squirtle Gang, but Naileup is still chasing him down.
That's aggression coming out of Entropic, and at least he gets the first aid through. Now Kuba flies on over, Naileup in a good position to benefit off this. He's been spotted, he's been tagged down from distance. Somehow still wins that out. No right to win that fight, but JR had a little bit pressed against the shack. And, well, it's beautiful observing, by the way, just showing us that Ace's crew rotation right into the detriment, but it's also good points, and it's a kickoff point here for Entropic to maybe get a little bit of momentum going, get a bit of a better feeling going into game 4. But we talk about how they're down on the scoreboard, and we talk about how big of a surprise that is. Realistically, these guys are absolute professionals, and they won't be feeling sad and hurt about not winning after game 3. They'll just play their normal game, realistically speaking, and we should see them a lot further up the top fairly soon.
It's definitely a good start for them after what has been a rough set of games on a wrangle. Starting off Miramar with essentially 2 free kills. Really all it cost was some durability on some of the armor and a medkit. That's pretty much it. You get to move on pretty swiftly out from their position in Los Leones, which already wasn't too bad of a position for this zone. Pretty easy rotation. The downside is, on the contrary to what we expect from like a lot of the upper echelon teams once again in phase 1, because you got to be expanding your hold control of the area of the circle. They are still now all 4 very tightly packed together in one small compound. Well, maybe that's not the worst thing in the world if it does make it more difficult for them to be picked off. It just makes it harder to get that phase circle or phase 2 circle in a position where you already have that anchoring point. So just need to be a little bit cautious of their surroundings. Yep. But other than that, starting off with 2 points for free, essentially, never going to be anything to complain about.
It's really a good point you make there. It is not often you see 4 players in one compound, and it's really only justified if you've got a play for every circle that can happen. And I can guarantee you, Entropic know what they want to do. If the circle goes southeast, it goes southwest, it goes northwest, and well, if it goes northeast, they don't have to move at all. So they have this calculated, and they have a good idea of what they want to be doing. And there's a lot of playability around this side of Miramar. There's so many ridges, there's so many dips. You can just pull up below enemy players. You can aggress compounds fairly easily with low ground to play from, and they'll have their playbook. And depending on where the circles shift, we might see 1 page of it. And I can guarantee you as well that teams like Na'Vi and teams like Northern Lights, they know their playbook. They've been playing each other so much. They've been facing off against each other so much. And if you're not a team like Northern Lights that feels like they're continuously just innovating, people will start reading you, and people will have read a few pages out of your book.
That's always it. Constant adaptation. If you get too sort of stale and familiar with your own routine, teams will definitely start noticing patterns and look to try and find ways to counter it. So this Might not be the best way for Na'Vi to counter what Entropic are doing, is just sending it into a compound with 4 players in it. But of course, they're not going to do that. They've left Melman behind, so he knows he's covering the angles. Na'Vi, though, this is a very aggressive move. They've sent 3 players across the road, and now this throws a bit of a spanner in the works. So Entropic, in about a minute's time, when Phase 2 pops, you said they would have plans. They know what they want to do, but a lot of that has just been taken away from them by that move from Na'Vi. Actually, quite love to see that.
It's gonna get a little bit tricky to get out of that compound if you're just planning to send it south, because Na'Vi will try to peek over. But as soon as Na'Vi peeks over, they open themselves up to the Squirtle gang. To some extent, they will open themselves up to the toxic players in the southwest. So it's not as one-dimensional as you would think it is just by looking at the map. But definitely having 3 players on Na'Vi, now 2 only, so close to you, is gonna make things a little bit more tricky. But Na'Vi is scouting one of the places that Entropic would probably have liked to go to, which is these shanties south of the Squirtle gang. So they will definitely pose some issues here in 25 seconds when that circle pops. But if you're looking at how spread Na'Vi is, you're looking at 4 Entropic players flying at one of them in multiple vehicles, then you're starting to get a little bit scared for the likes of Example there, who's just exposed himself on the southern side, getting a ton of information for it. But if Entropic just decides they want to fly into that warehouse he's next to, then he's completely singled out.
We can probably presume that with this Zone 2 shift, that game plan is probably not going to be the case for Entropic. Unfortunately, the long-range shots from Na'Vi will force the Squirtle gang into a quick revivable position. Have managed to get Nuga back on his feet, but they are going to have to dip out of there pretty quickly, as both Na'Vi and Entropic are starting to creep up on their position on the hilltop, looking to regroup up by the church. Northern Lights, once again, in the most Northern Lights split we would expect to see. All 4 players within the Phase 2 circle, but really Batulians and Perfectix in much of a position to provide each other any assistance should it be needed. And there's the Aces crew just trying to make a full send, and this has really been a bit of a write-off game for them. Sparking has to try and just find a dip and sit down in it as Jam is taken out of the passenger seat. He's actually managed to find a couple of shacks to try and work with just underneath the watchful eyes of the Squirtle gang, and he can try and move in from there.
Yeah, write-off is pretty much summing up that game for the Aces crew, and you had a chance to look at what Entropic is actually doing in this circle. We've yeah, that's a stucker there and then. But we have had a bit of a look at what Entropic doing. They're sending out Lucaruks to a compound they know is free, which is the Southern Rainbows, and from there they're looking to try and get a little bit more information. Probably going to end up seeing them very close to the Squirtle gang, who's on our screens right now, because they are running a 2-2 split between Church and Castle, and that's going to be pretty much around the area where I would expect Entropic to start aggressing towards if they get another central shift. But we should maybe focus our attention on Polish Power versus DA, but it's Northern Lights from the back that do all the damage. It's even them getting the knock. Prunio says thank you, picks it up and tries to take it to Huith, finds a second. Oh, this is pure pain for DA and the rest of Polish Power. They aren't even here yet.
Grenade between the bars of the staircase. Successfully make it down, get a little tickle of damage in, and Cronio, just before he gets around the side, actually hops in the vehicle to get away from the mini spam of Batulians too. Marcelek maybe not so lucky, still having to dodge as he tries to make his way over to offer some support.
Oh, he has no clue.
He doesn't hear the steps outside. Through the window, he did spot him just in time, get it out of there. He's actually giving him the runaround completely, almost gets it around the side. But Polish Power picked off before they can regroup. Marcelek finished off as they make the move. It was so close. If he could have been there to offer the support, that could have once again been Digital Athletics out early on. But circumstance says no. It's Polish Power that gets dropped early on. And Komo talking about how consistently they're making the late game stages. Bit of a caster curse there, buddy.
Oh, I said it was a surprise that Polish Power got to play some point. They are not consistent. They are the most feast and famine team you will ever see in Europe. Might not be able to compete with, you know, the most up and down team in APAC, but they're certainly a team that has that has massive games and that does drop out early. It's unfortunate as well. I'm not sure what happened to the pull-up from Marsalek and Chronicles, because they pull up at the bottom of the hill. They probably lost a tire or something of the sort, and can't even help in the slightest to their teammates in the compound. And there's Entropic. Wow, it's a big surprise, messing with the Squirrel Gang.
Not really any way we could have possibly seen this fight happening before it did.
Only a genius could have seen this.
Could have really never anticipated this. Well, Nuga, this time around, no chance of getting a revive. So they're just going to be running directly in through, not even necessary. Straight in with the Molotov around the side. The grenade just for an extra bit of flavor to finish off Guillaume. And now the 2-2 split punished for Squirtle Gang. There's really nothing that Frenchie or Noki could do to prevent anything about that push from coming through. Entropic came up from a bit of a blind spot from the church. It's too easy for them to wipe them out.
Yeah, we've spoken about low ground next to compounds, meaning that you can aggress a lot on these compounds, and spoke about the 2-2 split. And if a washed up caster / analyst can tell you that these compounds are easy to push, then Entropic will know that as well. And they just pull up right below, make sure to clean them up, make sure to clear them out, and move into the game from there. We have 53 players alive still in a phase 3 that's already closing in. So we still got a lot of pressure on a lot of teams that are trying to make their way in. But we are on Miramar as well. Lots of playability, lots of dips for players to hide on out. And we see that in full effect right now as Solo and Ghetto Gang both just going for dips, trying to hide, trying to duck down under these shots. Same is true for the bystanders coming in on the north. And it's starting to be the classic Miramar experience, where if you poke your head up too much, you just get decimated.
DA getting grenaded out of the dip. Lou pushing out of the low ground central compound. He has been punished for it, has been dropped down. Matulin still just holding onto the high ground, because of course he is, just looking to try and put some shots up over the top. Spyro desperately trying to just cling to what cover he can find.
Oh, look at these nades.
Oh, so close. Solo really putting the pressure onto the Ghetto Gang. Vehicles exploding left and right, but not enough to prevent the revive from coming through onto April. But Molotovs aren't reaching. Another very northeastern side of the zone. Bystanders looking to hold out friends as well.
Sparking wanted to make a move on the other side of Ghetto Gang, but it's just that peak Miramar experience. You even get knocks, you put damage in, but as soon as you peak up a little bit too fast, someone just deletes your helmet away from range. This time it's Na'Vi. Shots coming in from a lot of different angles onto Ghetto Gang as well. And it's just so hard once you're in these dips to actually play the game proactively. Toxic players, they have been proacted on by Skade flying into their compound. They have to defend now 3 versus 4 situation for them. Skade are taking their time to try and clear out this barn building. There's so many different compartments. There's so many angles to hide on out, but they are not wasting any time. They're looking to clear.
Well, that was a bold move. Just to sprint across in front of 3 players. Almost used the element of surprise to take down Xiong, but not quite enough. Noik. Some Molotovs just to make sure there's no safe place to stand on that part of the long building, but surround from Skade coming through now. Once again, this is a fight for a position which is not within the next zone, so even once they've got these kills, if they're successfully able to flush toxic players out of this position, don't have too much time left to make their rotation, and certainly not to scout for one.
You could say it's a losing battle. It's mutually assured destruction for both these teams.
As always.
And that's a big molly. That's gonna cost a lot of time. Somehow that nade deals 0 damage. Nobody can explain how. But that molly was enough to push Skade back, and they're looking to reset. They're looking to get out of this, but you've mentioned it. They have no time to scout this. They will be going for Ascend if they are going for any rotation right now. Maybe it's just a little bit of a bait to try and make toxic players move. But no matter where Xiong wants to go, he's going to have players in his way. They could find a little crevice next to Na'Vi, but even then, Na'Vi would still be looking to close it out. Now they are putting in the damage. You see Novik has to jump on out. It's big damage. It's important damage. But look at the HP on Skada. They're getting peppered. They're getting torn apart. And yeah, I mean, can you blame anyone for saying mutually assured destruction when it's literally just the name of half of Circle 3?
Yeah, I mean, I was about to say, if there's going to be a team that's not afraid of just sending it into a random compound and see what happens, it would probably be Skada, but they separated off in 2 separate directions, and one half was a little more successful in making it into phase 4 than the other, but they are still surrounded with Na'Vi and friends on the high ground too, so I'm still not fancying their chances to make it too far in. Question mark, though. You said that they had a tough rotation to make. They've rocked up late on the northwestern side of the zone, found a church compound with only 2 Squirtles in it. Should be successful in clearing that out if they can find Frenchie, holding on to a very strong position. Bitfix, once again, under a lot of pressure by Formulation Gaming. Vascoot on the side secures the flush into Ironic, and Ival tries to go for a bit of a flank out towards the blue zone, catch them off guard, use the smoke to mask the footsteps, but maybe Atomical haven't given him the information. Stratos taken out by the blue zone. There's no time to heal. Vascoot has to land this shot, but he can't do it. And I think that's, once again, a bit of mutually assured destruction down here too.
It's just hard to avoid that catchphrase, but at least they get the 3 points out of it. Ival can survive for a little bit longer. Northern Lights now somehow are flying into this compound. But Tulins, he's going full X Games. I thought he was going to fly over that as well, but I think they'll realize very quickly that that was not the play. Entropic is just pinning them down with DMRs already, and they're not going to be grabbing that kill point anytime soon. It's absolute disaster. Oh, that almost looked like the vehicle ran him over, but it is worse. Luca gets the knock. He's probably going to go for that flush as well once he can. And an interesting play from the Northern Lights. But realistically, they've said this before. When they're in positions like this, why not try something out? This is not qualification for PGC. This is not how they go to the World Championship. This is a tournament for them. And if you don't have a great game, just use it as practice. That's pretty much the mindset. That's part of the reason why they're the best or second best in Europe, maybe. But we said Skada could fit in here for a bit, but they will get under scrutiny from Na'Vi, and it's happening right now.
We have limit testing, I suppose, from Northern Lights. But Uber, I'm not sure about limit testing by trying to push towards Skada with no bullets in the M4. I'm sure he'll find that out the hard way. There he goes. He has now realized, but Ali has got him covered.
It's his... gets his buttocks saved there, but have a look at Frenchie and have a look at how many kills that man had. We had a quick glimpse, but he's already on 4, and he's looking to get a little bit more onto question mark as well. They got a free entry on that church area, but he's trying to not give them a free exit. Spyro as well on the southern ridge, just going to make this awkward for a doozy as much as he can. Once the footsteps are heard, the trap is strong, and as someone who plays a lot of PUBG Saga, these kind of kills, they just upset me. This is beautifully played by Frenchie. You can't fault him for it, but it's just these patience plays that you don't really have any counterplay to if you're a doozy. It's a little bit unsettling to watch.
It might just be a last dance for Frenchie, though. You would expect bystanders still taking this fight with friends. They've been scrapping on this side of the zone for a good 7 minutes or so. And now Lucarux is close enough to just jog out and look for a potential peek up over the side, and that might be terrible news for Herc. Never mind, it's going to be Mossboard who gets the better of him regardless. Now Entropic just going to pop up over the top in any second now. They should just catch out, at the very least, some free flushes, maybe even reviving bystanders. They will do so. That's 3 kill points picked up in rapid succession for minimal work from Entropic.
And this is the game where they kick into gear, Saga, because not only do they have 10 kills, they probably have the best position in the circle. And with Friends and Na'Vi putting damage into each other, with weakened teams on the north and west, this is Entropic's playing ground. This is a game they should be winning, and we'll probably see them pick up quite a few more kills here as well. The only one that can really put a stop to it is Na'Vi, who will at least stay 3 alive there with getting that res back up. But it's not going to be pretty. It's going to be a hard fight to come down off these hillsides for Na'Vi. It's going to be tough for Ghetto Gang to cross the road, and Entropic, they should just be farming here.
I very much expect them to be able to do so. One knock has come their direction, though. Question mark did manage to find an angle. Just getting a little bit overzealous on peeking over the ridges. And some of those buildings on Miramar in particular are pretty frustrating in the fact that they don't have windows on a certain side, so it makes it very difficult to actually hold the line as another knock has come through onto them. Traded out for the revive, but that's given Na'Vi the opportunity to just make the jog up into the compound. Now Cuban caught out again. 2 knocks have gone down for Entropic. Sparking is still not done, though. He's still picking up kills. He's still wiping the rest of the squad.
Oh my god.
Let's go. Sparking. He's got that Neymar buff.
He's coming to life, but so is Na'Vi. I said this was Entropic's game, and it was looking like Entropic's game. I'll take everything back. They've just taken so much damage from 2 sides. It's not only Na'Vi, like you said, it's question mark chiming on in as well. 2 players knocked is an easy walk in for Na'Vi, and this is still not over. This is still winnable for Entropic as a fight, but now suddenly they're down in numbers, and they've given up the initiative completely. Lucarux, his position is roughly known with where that res was going to come through. Na'Vi will have a bit of an idea, but they still need to clear for Ivers. So they will be taking their time to clear out every single room, every single building. And then we'll probably see them walk into Lucarux. No utility expanded for Na'Vi after they got the 2 flashes. So they might still have some in reserve. If they can find the right spots with it, it's going to be tough for Entropic. So I guess cast the curse in full effect.
Could well be. Bit of a reverse curse onto Ace's crew, it looks like, because Sparking's still alive. You can never really count them out while that's... Well, okay. We almost manifested the real curse. He's creeping his way forwards now. Na'Vi, the only team with 3 players left standing. Sparking still a solo, everyone else with 2 players up. So it's just basically a duos game with Na'Vi borrowing an Ace's crew player. Spyro still just not allowing Sparking to poke his head up whatsoever, and Alia will capitalize on it. So we did curse him a little bit. Sorry, Sparking.
That's a big threat removed as well. That means that Na'Vi can play out on the southern side, but now they spot Lucarux, they walk into him, and that's gonna be an instant knockdown. He's trying to get the smoke out to try and survive, but he doesn't even need to.
The third party
It's
shots.
the third party that cost Entropic their player earlier. Lukube just going down to question mark. Now it's actually a bit of repayment coming out, and Alia, he wants to go for the same angle as well. He knows that he doesn't want to open himself up to the rest of the compound, so stay on that same side. But that also means it's a confirm come through for Lucarux. It's a reposition for free, and the angle, it could be so perfect. Yes! Entropic, they look done and dusted. They look down and out, but they clean up Na'Vi. 2v3 for them. Realistically, you could call it a 1v3, but bit of help from question mark. And suddenly Na'Vi is just down and out.
Everyone else hearing the shots going down in this compound started to push on this position, but now as soon as the fight is concluded, a little more tentative about it. Question mark. Maybe just enjoying the third-party shots they were able to take from distance at no real threat to themselves. Just hoping for that opportunity to pop up again with Northern Lights making the push over. They did make the send in the vehicle, so the position should be known. While Lucarux was busy wiping out Na'Vi, Ivers just keeping tabs on the movement of Northern Lights, so they very much know. But again, it's the third-party shots of question mark as Lucarux tries to make a move over to just support Ivers at a close-range angle. Dante just not letting him get there for free.
Dante knows exactly where to put his crosshair there. Remember, there is a dip there and a smoke, but he just has Luca's number, almost puts him down through the smoke. Res comes, or first aid comes through though. Now it's a 2v2 versus the Northern Lights. Ivers has to be so careful. Last second, dips back into the building, stays alive that way. Now gonna try and get a smoke out. They want to isolate a fight here in Tropic. They want to pick out someone that's close. Pyro wins it out versus Luca. No vest there to work with. Gonna make that fight tricky and hard. And in a 2v2v2, if you're the 2 teams fighting, well, the third team just gets so much space for free. Look at the minimap. Look at what question mark are doing.
Spyro has to dip out into the blue zone to try and reposition without putting him at risk of taking the same damage from Faultlessly, potentially even more. A headshot, a couple of those could have really spelled disaster for Northern Lights. So Gotta respect the real self-control, the discipline to fall back, to disengage from the fight. Just go for the position in the zone rather than letting themselves get squeezed in against the blue zone with Dante pushing up close, faultlessly holding the backline angle, but to fall back, to give themselves the chance of doing the very same thing to Question Mark that they were looking to do to everyone who's been fighting in the compound. Faultlessly still just a bit closer to the center, has ridges to work with. Perfectic's pretty much just a rock. But by the time Phase 8 starts to close in, Yves is going to have his hand forced, and he just has no idea about what's lurking on this side. If he chooses to go this way, he's just going to get a trap completely sprung.
He realizes that angle is risky. He realizes where Faultlessly could be playing, and he has absolutely no clue about where Dante is. But, well, we know that Circle is moving in, and we know that Dante will be moving earlier than Yves is. You can see he tries to keep the angle closed off with a Molotov to make sure that he can actually cross to his teammate and continue playing the game. Because he knows that all that Yves is really trying to do is put another kill on the board here. Peek around at the right timing, maybe catch someone off guard, and get a knock and a confirm with the position that he has to work with. He knows that he won't be winning the game. But Dante, good utility usage, makes sure he gets out. Yves, same thing for him, smokes himself into the lower ground. We've spoken about Dante before, and puts damage through the smoke again. It's enough to let Northern Lights know, and it's enough for Northern Lights to pick up the kill. 2v2 situation though, and if you're looking at the minimap, there's plenty of cover for both of them to work with. It's that massive ridge in the middle. There's a tree. There's different angles you could be peeking. This is not over by any stretch.
So the Molotov in the hands, the back pocket of Spyro. Faultlessly has one to work with as well. Of course, the tree is going to be a big target. You think that there's going to be someone lurking anywhere, that's always where you're going to be tossing them. Similar situation actually for Northern Lights too, with Faultlessly peeking over. But now, no one is really on the dead center of the zone. Everyone's just playing a little bit off to the side, because that's where the ridges are. That's where the cover is. If you're on the circle, if you're in the middle, you're on the low ground, you're probably just going to die. So it becomes a game of chicken about who has to move first, whether it's just going to be directly at one another, or there is going to be a bit of a smoke and try and get down to the low ground.
Certainly looking like Question Mark has to move earlier. Certainly looking like they have a bit less space at their backs, but doesn't really mean a whole lot, especially in a 2v2. This is not a 4v4 where you can take a knock and just continue fighting and use your positional advantage. If you get one knock, you're already down to half your numbers. You're basically down, not just basically, you're down to a single member. So really a little bit less of a factor and more focused on who just gets the knocks, who gets the peaks on the side of the smokes, over the top of the smokes, whatever headshots you can pull off, whatever knock you can get. Faultlessly's looking for one through the bottom of it. Perfectix should have a little bit of smoke advantage here. But this is where this game gets decided. And once again, Saga, you just see the discipline. Everyone's so slow, so calm and collected. There's just no oversteps. No one's taking any big risks. Perfectix might be stepping out of this smoke fairly soon, but it's already been redeployed. There's Dante who finds him around it. Faultlessly and Dante, they're going to sweep the bottom side here. They're going to look for Spyro. They're going to take him down. It's 3 kills only for Question Mark. And not really what I would have expected, considering their position in this game. But it's a win regardless. It's 10 placement points on the board. And, well, they have their total kill saga are about as much kills as Entropic got this game.
Yeah, the total points that they picked up, 13, is exactly the tally for Entropic. But for Question Mark, they can't complain about that too much. It has been a very rough day so far for them, particularly on Erangel. But now starting off Miramar with a big dub. And like we said, a couple of those, and you're right back in the mix for those top 5 slots at the very least. So that's put them up towards 16 points, which is probably around top 8-ish, somewhere around that sort of situation, that level in the leaderboards, which is much better than 16th place. So it's certainly something to work on the final game of the day, and then the next couple of games as well. The third partying that they put into the fight between Entropic and Na'Vi was pretty instrumental, like the whole way through, with not only how it actually ended off with Entropic getting the better, Lucarux as an individual essentially getting the better of Na'Vi, but on the initial opening push as well that really got Na'Vi to push the compound, it was a couple of knocks from the back line from question mark. So they really influenced the way that that fight went down as well, which is more than we expected considering the circle that we saw at phase one and their position in it. And we said they're probably just rotating the whole game and they're not going to have that much to do. So credit to them for taking on that position. And even with losing the players to the lurk of Frenchie on the church at the very end, they still managed to make it work.
Think about the fact that if there is no third party from question mark coming in, we might just see a 4-man entropic coming out of that compound, and then suddenly that's going to be a different game. But we'll talk about that and more when we come back for the last game after the break.
All clear on the roof. Heading back down.
Roger. Hurry up. We need to move.
Just make sure I don't take a bullet in the back.
Looking good. Keep it steady.
I hear footsteps. I got a bad feeling.
Enemy spotted. Move! Move!
You're going up next time.
There won't be a next time.
Oi, Amelia, what's the deal then?
2 up top, 2 downstairs.
All right, so we just go prancing in the front door as per usual then, huh?
Not today, hermano. We must be like ghosts. Trust me, these will do the trick. The fog of war. Remove all visibility. We take them out one by one. They won't know what hit them.
Oi, who's that behind you? Look, here's what we do. Surprise attack. We go in big chicken dinner style through the window, guns blazing.
You mean like in Miramar?
Oh, shit. Enough. First, we smoke out the first floor. But we'll need a distraction. Something super loud and obnoxious.
Right, I see where this is going.
Don't worry, Aziz. I got your back.
So, where to next?
You'll be surprised to find out we're back after the countdown has trickled down to 0. We're back for the last Miramar of the night. We're back for the last game of the night, Saga. Back for the last giveaway of the night. So many last things. I can't wait to get into it. But I think we should have a bit of a look at the scoreboard, especially this match scoreboard, because it throws a bit of a reverse curveball back towards the bottom teams, who we talked about. Usually, with more games coming in, consistency pulls through, and the better teams tend to end up on top. And well, if you're looking at Question Mark and Entropic, they've certainly done a good push this game.
Yeah, it's what they needed after a lackluster, to say the least, set of games on Erangel, but certainly Entropic had the better time of it, making it into the 13 in the kill column as well as the placement points on top of it. Question Mark with the 13 in total for the game, with the 3 kills and the victory. But all is well, it's what we needed to see from them. A couple of the teams that we had higher expectations than what we saw in the first few games, and they have shown that they are still capable of reaching those levels. Not that we really ever doubted that they would. It's just sometimes things don't work out. You can have a bad day, but they've at the very least salvaged something, and we've still got one more game for them to try and build from that sort of pedestal that they've put themselves on at the current time being.
Yeah. Let's have a quick look over at this matches scoreboard, because you'll see a massive amount of kills there on Entropic, but you'll also see how much a win really does for you, because only 3 kills, but 10 placement point pushes you up into second place here for Question Mark, and then Na'Vi in third. But big news here is Northern Lights stay consistent, and the Ghetto Gang struggles to do the same. So I think that gives me a bit of an idea how the overall scoreboard is going to look, but certainly a massive push for 2 of the teams that we mentioned had to step it up, and good to see. And I gotta clear that up, Saga. I've been saying Polish Power. I'm surprised when they get placement points 2 games in a row. That was sort of the point I was trying to make, and they proved me right this time.
Yeah, they certainly did. A classic case. However, on the bright side, they were able to at least have a couple of decent games. And if they're alternating, having a good one, a bad one, a good one, there's an odd number of games every day. So they're due for another good one on our final game of the day. And we'll see where it puts them in terms of the overall standings as well. So once we've had a sort of quick glance through of how everything looks here, Na'Vi and Northern Lights both on 12 points. Once again, we're still using the placement points as the tiebreaker. So additional placement points for second place going over to Northern Lights as well. Not that they're really in much of a position to need a tiebreaker right now, though.
Right. We should go ahead and look how much that impacts the overall scoreboard, which we will be seeing come up in a second here. We'll look at some stats as well after. We've skipped them for game 2 and 3. Because realistically, at the start of the tournament, that's where they're the least indicative of actual performance. But what is certainly indicative here is Northern Lights staying consistent. But Ghetto Gang, actually, even though they drop 8 points from Northern Lights in that last game, that is pretty much the entire gap that's been built by Northern Lights here after 4 games. So a really respectable position for Ghetto Gang, especially when you look at the names on the left side of that scoreboard. Between Northern Lights, DA, Na'Vi, and Entropic, and then big names as well with Sparking and Purdy on Ace's crew, for example. That's a respectable performance for Ghetto Gang.
Yeah, it's certainly not anything to shake a head at. And day 1 of 3, so it certainly puts them in a solid spot with 33% of the games pretty much done by the end of the final one. Let's have a quick look at how some of the kills shape up so far. We can see that Na'Vi, with 23 kill points overall, have had the best of it, even more so than Northern Lights, but placement points slacking somewhat.
Yeah, and we'll talk about that tiebreak at some point down the line, but we'll try to ignore it for now. Let's look at the kills and knocks so far, and look who's been putting up numbers for their teams. It's always a surprise if you don't see Entropic in the kills and knocks, especially in the damage as well. So it's good to see Luca Rooks up there. I was not 100% we would see an Entropic player there with how quiet it's been, except for that last game.
That's over half the team's kills.
That is the only way that Entropic was going to get in here is a very outlier performance. This time it's Luca Rooks. He's usually not the damage farmer for Entropic, but he's a big kill point supplier, if you want to take it that way, where he really manages to put himself in position to pick up kills. And last game, you can't really even say he put himself in that position. He just 1v3'd Navi, and that's an easy 3 kills. That's a third of his kills he got in this tournament so far, and puts himself up there on the standings.
Talking of outliers as well, looking at the top of the knocks column, anybody's of friends, that he has almost as many knocks as the team has kills as alone. So that's just a little bit of unfortunate theft going on around the lobby of his knocks, or maybe just not being able to get the flush, getting the revives to come through instead. But it's still like indicative that the scoreboard doesn't necessarily mean that they've been playing badly. It's just unfortunately they've not been able to secure those kills.
Exactly. And I mean, we remember he had an arm earlier, so definitely helped in putting in some of these knock numbers. We'll look at damage and survival times next before we jump into the next game. Should be interesting to see the survival time after a few games where it means a little bit more. And well, there you go, sparking. I don't think he was on the kills. I don't know if he was on the knocks, but definitely been dishing out the damage. Closely followed by just one of each of the top teams here.
Yeah, pretty much. That's the way that it's gone. Dante maybe being the outlier, of course. Like, he probably farmed close to 1,000 damage in the previous game alone, just with all the third partying going on. And yeah, it was low in the kills column, but constant involvement in third party long range fights with the DMR spam. You know, no real surprise to see him up there alongside Lucarux, who, I mean, realistically has had a much better time of flushing out the kills, the knocks that he's been able to pick up. But no surprises whatsoever to see anyone else on the overall damage column. Sparking leading the way for Ace's crew as well. Very cool to see, considering his solo status in the previous game. And on the survival side, Blazor, April, and Schengen are victors in game number 1, still holding it together, despite a not the best performance in game 2 and game number 4. At the very least, still holding on to those placement points to go along with it.
And Stratos absolutely in his element there. I've been on a team with this man. He performs by far the best when he's the last one alive, when he's snaking. That's pretty much where he always pulled off clutches. And it's pretty much, you know, don't want to say it's been his role. You don't really assign someone to snaking, but it's certainly where he excels. We'll see, though, how things play out, because we have one more Miramar coming at us, guys. It's the last match of the night. It's the last Miramar of the night. And let's hop on over.
One final time, I'm going to be heading to the battlegrounds for today, day 1 of 3. And we've got 10 more games to come up. We'll see exactly how the leaderboards stack up at the end of today. Northern Lights very much on target for a 10 points per game day. They only need 6 from this final game to hit that goal. Whereas everyone else, things are still pretty tight between everyone outside of them as well. Like, no one's really completely dominated the day so far, so things are still pretty close. Not quite as close as they were a little earlier on when we said Question Mark and Entropic still had the chance of closing that gap, but Entropic in particular have certainly already done that. They're right up there now, 10 points away from top 2, 17 away from top 1 spot. So it's very much doable with the amount of games that we still have left over. And for anyone else, particularly those 3 teams on 18 points just outside of the top 8, one more good game here, one more good performance here could set them up for a good push on day number 2.
Certainly can. And this plane doesn't really get a whole lot fairer than that. I think we've had some fairly polarizing planes tonight coming at us. This one straight through the middle allows almost anyone to go where they would want to. Solo is a little bit close to the bystanders. Bitfix had to float over above Formulation Gaming, but other than that, it's really been peaceful and quiet. As I say that is a lost toxic player in the middle of Entropic. There's not only the buggy hunting him down, it's also a player in the compound. If Lucarux can just cut him off, he can let him not get a gun. That should be a pickup, and it's actually Kuba is dealing so much damage to Luca. This might be a disaster. Oh boy. Oh boy. And can we just come back to the point, Saga? That Lucarux is not a damage farmer, but he just picks up kills like it's nothing out of situations where he should never be getting any. Oh boy.
We'll take that one. Sure, that was a little treacherous, but the job was done at the end.
Oh Jesus.
And, well, Entropic are now, with that singular kill, they've moved up 1 place in the standings above Ace's crew to make the top 5.
They have, and what I want to look at is how much damage Kuba has been able to put up from that, because I think he did about 80 there to Lukrux and 80 to whoever it was from the toxic players. It must have been Alpaca. So he's pumping up his numbers. Going to be interesting to see how that ends up after the games tonight. But yeah, like you said, points are not only hard to come by, they're also still very leaderboard defining at this stage, where really so many teams close to that cutoff around the 8th place. We talked about top 5 being the big place, the big prize money spots that teams are eyeing for. But realistically, that scoreboard that we've been looking at a few times tonight, it's going to change a whole lot tomorrow, and it's going to be super interesting how teams can set themselves up coming into the last night on Sunday. But every little point you get on the way helps, and everyone that's been in a tournament situation like that, where they end up missing out because of 1 kill point somewhere along the line, or one or 2 points missing to get that qualification spot, or to get that more prize money, knows how much every single point matters, especially when you're playing 15 games. That sounds like a whole lot, but I can guarantee you we'll have some things on the scoreboard where there's 2 or 3 points just in between each other.
Yeah, I'm not sure that there's anyone here who keeps up with the Thailand series, but that's currently 32 games into the series, which is about halfway, and it is still unbelievably close between the top 7 teams. So really, in a series this short, all in all, particularly if you're just looking at the 1 day so far, it's yeah, there's a lot that can change very quickly just in the span of a few punches, a few clicks of the mouse. That's really all that it takes. This time around, though, Question Mark, for once, actually have a chance to get into a zone without having to drive 7 kilometers to get there. And there's some actually decent positions as well available, like the hilltop to the north of water treatment, very good for scouting, and should there be a northern hard shift, can actually turn into a very playable compound as well. So good to see that they actually get a chance, and maybe Dante can continue that damage farming that he's been doing anyway.
It's actually, this doesn't look fantastic on the first glance for Question Mark, but when you consider their rotation route, when you consider how much these teams are going to gravitate towards the southern side of the circle, when you consider how much teams like Polish Power, Solo, teams that are splitting out in the middle of the circle, the bystanders as well, how much they're going to cut off rotation routes from the south, we should see a lot of space for Question Mark if they want to go for it. I've seen Dante go for a little bit further south approach towards the water treatment side. And, well, I've seen Ace's crew picking off where they left off and picking on Batulins. Means the Northern Lights, they will get to play this game as 3.
Well, punished for being a little bit too far apart. Northern Lights, they've been favoring that style all day. And finally, Jam from the passenger seat will be the man to punish them for doing so. Blue just a little bit too far away. The suppressing SLR shots from distance not really having the desired effect, and now he's just going to have to fall back, regroup with the rest of Northern Lights, who really would prefer to be a 4-man, not only because it's just better, but also holding on to the warehouse compound at the T-junction just outside of Hacienda del Patron. You really want to have your numbers as high as possible in such a crashable position. Kino, though, only needs 1 more tag. Priel hit the rock, and somehow that just kicks the car up just enough to give him the cover that he was so desperately needing to get out of that alive.
It's unfortunate for Keanu. Half grip there on the barrel. The barrel is already not the best gun to be shooting at vehicles at, but he's going to be biting himself. That's a kill that he definitely has the expectation to get. And Solo, get away with a scare, get away with 4 alive. We touched on it, they're holding the warehouse compound Northern Lights, and they get 1 southwestern shift. Suddenly they're in one of the best compounds in the circle. We see the zones gravitate towards that sort of crossroad area quite a bit. And it's going to be exciting to see how this game shapes up, because realistically, Circle 2 is going to tell us roughly where we go, and we'll have a very good idea of where it's going to end with Circle 2. But now in Circle 1, still got to keep your options open. You still got to be ready for all kinds of shifts coming your way.
Keeping your options open is probably one of the best ways to have success in PUBG. And that's why we talk about, particularly in Phase 1, how holding a wider split can be so beneficial. Northern Lights, though, despite the fact that they lost Batulians early on, matter of DA as they tried to make their rotation up the side of the hilltop, just a little bit too exposed from too many angles. It's Na'Vi actually up from on top of the rocks that are forcing them to a lower ground position, which put them in the line of fire of Spyro. And now they've actually just gone for a full send onto a compound, which Ace's crew had their eyes set onto at the same time. They've gone face first into it. It's just going to be a brawl for the compound.
Oh, it's messy. It's the old DA sort of play where you just full send it, go for a compound, but Mert wins that house versus JR, and that's big. That's a big frag. If that goes the other way, the fight's over for DA before it even starts, and Sheila finds a second now onto Purdy. The molly's good. He's got nowhere to go. He's got to dip into the bathroom to try and stay alive for a little bit longer. This is bad news bears for Ace's crew. Sparkling's not there to help just yet. He's trying to make the cross. He's trying to support as much as he can. DA will get the res, and they'll at least put this back into a 3v3, maybe even a 3v2. And if I'm looking where that nade's going, it's at least a 3v2. Good damage onto Jam as well. It's not pretty for the Ace's crew. Really hoping to get a good game out of this compound. Really hoping to put another bit of a chunk on the leaderboard, because realistically they haven't been performing up to their standards. And with losing 2 so early in this game 5, it's definitely going to hurt them.
Especially in a position that, should they have been able to keep all 4 players standing, that could have a lot of implications for the late stages of the game as well. But now they're just not going to get the chance to do that. Digital Athletics still with 3 standing. Oh, Mert almost not slacking, but just dodging around the side just in time.
"30 seconds, and we'll have a look, and we'll have a wait and see how that compound plays out. But we have another map full of players with friends. I'm very glad you called them Divan earlier. That makes me feel a little bit less stupid about myself.
Well, it's still FDV.
Yeah, that's why the rename doesn't make any sense. Why is it FDV? I'm not sure what's going on. It's this. It was the same roster as well. It was quite literally the Divan roster. That was just picking up things here in the Zero Ground tournament. Now Ace's crew found a knock at least towards Sheila. It's Jam to try and pick up the pieces, but it's a 1v3. They'll get the res through. They'll consolidate this fight, and look at the minimap. Look at who's there to punish. Look at who's closing on in, and Earth quickly turns around, has a good idea of what's happening, but is forced back into the building, and now things start to get real awkward.
Of course, if anyone was going to get involved in this fight, of course it was always going to be Northern Lights making their way forwards, but just making sure they haven't bitten off more than they can chew. Jam unable to prevent the flush from coming through onto Sparking, so he will be all by himself, but he still has the chance to maybe backstab a little bit onto Digital Athletics, or maybe work a little bit with them and try and take down Northern Lights. But I suspect it's just going to be a case of whoever he sees on his screen first, he's just going to try and shoot at, not necessarily picking sides, but a fresh set of utility that's coming through from Northern Lights. And the re-breach on the compound could be the difference maker, but Perfectix
takes him down
by Molotov himself. He should be going down to that.
Yeah.
There it is.
Oh, it's so messy. Spyro's gone over the roofs. He's climbed his way in, full Assassin's Creed mode, and this is a Game 6 of Scrims moment right here, Saga. Somehow the toxic players have set it low as well, putting a bit of damage in, but Spyro gets the clear over the top, and at least for now, points are going their way. Northern Lights picking up 4 in this game so far, looking to maybe clear out Jam a little bit later, but Jam has something to say about that, and he comes in with a double barrel. Oh, he catches Spyro off. Look at the range on that, Saga. They were completely on the other side of the hallway. But shotguns are shotguns. And they do shotgun things every now and then. Lou doesn't even want to go for a res. He just wants to make sure there's no push coming out of Jam. He's just flashing the hell out of this hallway. And now he's going to stick the res, hoping that Jam doesn't get the audio information at least. But, well, Still got a shotgun in hand, and he's going to be looking around this side. It's not quite over for the Northern Knights.
Jam can't really push through, unfortunately, and can't secure the flush onto Spyro either, so it'll be a little bit of a tight one if he wants to try and get the grenade through. He will be able to just line it up, but not quite able to get it all the way through. Able to get the flush at the very least, so it's back to square one, 1v3, except he's upgraded the shotgun to one that fires a little bit faster this time around. Upgrade is maybe a debatable topic.
Yeah.
But it's certainly, I mean, if they're running at him very quickly, just do that.
Yeah. We've seen that shotgun get 1v3s with 5 bullets. So even though it's maybe the worst shotgun, it's still top 5 gun in the game. But Reflectix is ready for it. Northern Knights clean it up. Discipline as always. Team play on point. This is really where they shine. This is really it's really what they're good at. And it's their 5th kill. And it's time to leave this compound now, because Circle's about to shift on in. We know that we're going towards where Solo is playing, towards that side of very, very probably north side of the road, towards the bystanders, towards Solo. But I said they had to leave this compound. They get lucky enough to potentially stay in it for a while, but you can see already they're getting ready to get more information on this zone and to try and make a move into the northern side.
See how that works out in their favor. The bystanders, for now at the very least, are still alive, which is unusual territory to see them still kicking this late on. They've been one of our slimmest pickings in terms of the placement points so far, but now they've got themselves a pretty solid position to try and work with, at least to try and defend. Only really Bitfix giving them much to worry about from the northern side. Potentially formulation, they have to creep their way in from the east, but otherwise not really under too much threat whatsoever. Nor is Solo holding down the double warehouses. Really all the action, as anticipated, like we said earlier on, will be on the southern side of the zone. Teams like Question Mark just get to sort of creep their way in, really uncontested. Supposed to be pretty much expected, given the way that the zones have shifted. Frenchie got himself a little bit stuck there, and he's still stuck there for now. Just has to try and keep his head down, and it looks like that might just be game over for him. Blazor will land the last tickle of damage, and one Squirtle has gone down.
Definitely contending for best name in the lobby, Squirtle Gang.
Definitely best logo.
Definitely best logo. Certainly very close to best name, even if you would come up with something that you like better. It's hard to argue with the Squirtle Gang, but they haven't had a fantastic evening just yet. Maybe they can step it up from that roadside position. Certainly playable. Certainly could be able to get them into late game, especially depending on how these fights around them go. How Ghetto Gang is able to deal with Polish power. If Skade wraps into the road, or if Skade wraps onto the east. There's a lot of variables that they can't really control, and that will influence their game greatly. So not a position that you love to put yourself in, but a position that you sometimes end up in these Miramar games, where you have to take a low ground position, where you stop being proactive, you give that up a little bit, and you hope that things work out your way. Funox coming in on that eastern side, and what looks like a little bit of an approach from Formulation Gaming there. We see that on the map going towards Na'Vi. And we can already see Meloman, an example, doing the damage, looking for more.
Oh, man.
This approach comes through right as the res is happening in the compound, so a bit of an unfortunate timing for Formulation Gaming here for sure. You can see Atomical is just getting put up back on his feet, and this has taken quite a while for them. Look at the minimap. Even Lukaruk, Jesus Christ, Lukaruk has been able to pull up on that ridge and be a little bit of a pain in the backside.
Just looking at where the flush actually came from, that was all the way on the far side of the valley. Kuba and Nail Up on the sort of crater lip around the warehouse compound on the south side of the valley, putting the shots in towards it. And they've actually been given a pretty decent chance in this Phase 4 zone that has just kind of hard shifted straight back down towards the south, centering up on Friends in the valley itself. So a lot of the teams that have been vibing on the northern side of the zone haven't really had too much to worry about, and now have to contend with being on probably the more congested side of the zone.
And Friends have just been gifted a top 3, just with that circle shift.
Pretty
I said it was very likely to go north, and this is the reason that I said very likely to cover here, to cover my, not cover my tracks, cover my bum. Bases. That's good. That's a very
that's an American terminology. Safe for work, way of saying it.
That is very safe for work. Love to hear that. But it's that one hard shift that can throw things around. We know it's going to end close to the road. We know that friends are going to have an easy time, but everyone on that northern side that you just touched on will not have any easy time. Northern Knights and Ghetto Gang, we're already watching them on the west. They will be competing for ground, but Bitfix, Formulation Gaming, the Bystanders, Question Mark, Polish Power all have to press in from that northern side into an area that's almost inaccessible. Julian, a bit of a panic jump, and he's getting fully pulled up on by the Squirtle gang, but once again, Entropic's looking over the shoulders already, Utility's coming out. This is going to be tough time for the Squirtles.
Nade went a little bit too far, but seemed like it's mattered all too much. Oh, but a little bit greedy on the repeat. Does manage to just about keep himself in a potentially revivable position, but it looks like Jekka just has like a bloodthirsty mindset. He's like, well, I could revive you, but I kind of want to kill the guy first. Now he's run out of utility to throw, but has it cost too much time? Will they be able to get this revived before Entropic can creep up from behind? We'll have to wait and see whether that's the case.
I don't think it. I think it has cost too much time. I'm looking at the kill feed, looking at Naylor picking up one, maybe potentially looking for a second, but I talked about it briefly. The western side has to tear each other apart. Lou's already fallen. Remember, Northern Knights have been 3 for a very long time, so taking another casualty is essential for the Getsu gang in this position. Toxic players suffering under the hands of Entropic, which is one of the few fights that doesn't have to happen. This is the western side. Fights have to go for teams to even be in survival positions. You can see Polish Power gets in as well. Get in on both sides too. Marcelik and Kapi, they find one each, and well, it's mutually assured destruction saga because both these teams just eliminated each other on the western side, leaving so much space for Polish Power. If you're looking at the minimap next circle, it's already popped, and they already have to leave again, fighting for more territory.
I feel like we need another phrase just to sort of differentiate between when it is mutually assured destruction that's forced to happen by the zone. That was a banger of a nade. Sit down, bystanders, says Sosid. 3 men down. But, you know, but when it's like forced to happen by the zone and when it's just like for the fun of it, just for a laugh. Because all it is a lot of the teams are just kind of running it down just to take these fights, but they haven't really got much of a choice. It's either that or they just send it in the vehicles, and that rarely puts them anywhere other than in a position where they're just getting farmed from everywhere. Kind of similar to how a doozy feels right now, with shots coming in from Solo, from Na'Vi, from EIQ, from across the valley. There's just very little that they can do, but like, where are they supposed to go in this zone other than just trying to send it straight into friends and hope for the best, which really is not much of a better option than just trying to take a fight and try and get some placement points or kill points out of it at the very least.
Being on the northern side is absolutely dreadful right now. Like you said, so many angles, so many teams looking at you, and zero cover to be playing out from. There is a tiny bit of low ground on the south side of Solo, but ironically, Solo is the only team that doesn't have to leave yet. So they're not playing that little bit of low ground, proning in it, trying to survive. They're still farming their neighbors here with Na'Vi, with Question Mark. And once that circle closes in, I wouldn't be surprised if we have one team on the northern side, max 2 teams, Question Mark. I don't think they'll be able to hold on for long enough. And then at some point, Saga, we'll see the South suffer the same punishment when they have to come down the hillside. But for now, it's free farming. And as Sale puts a few bullets into Norcus there, Solo might actually start taking a little bit of an aggression towards Polish Power if they can afford the angles. Realistically, we're probably going to see them coexist.
Well, somehow, in all of that, Question Mark are the one team that has survived on the northeastern side. Dante even managed to grab a revive onto Faultlessly. Solo finished off Na'Vi. EIQ have lost out on a single player as well in all of this. So, Question Mark, they do still somehow have a vehicle available, but under the watchful eye of Evas, who's picked up an AWM. First shot will just ring a little bit wide, but good luck getting in the driver's seat.
Yeah.
I'm getting tagged underneath. Now, Illidan finds an angle towards it. That's just lines it up too easily. The AWM, the big bullet, to secure the kill.
Oh. Massive play from Polish Power. It's the full send. Gate is wrecking them with nades right now. Pixelic says hello, picks up 3 of those with the barrel somehow. And you can see even Skada there, playing on the very bottom of that hillside, playing as low as they can, smoking instantly while they're being crashed. Still under fire from Solo, still third party, not only by Solo, but also by the toxic players. And you can see how desperate they are to try and dodge these bullets, to try and avoid the angles, while to also try to make some space on their side. If they take out toxic players here, they have a chance to actually play the game proactively. But in their current position, they just got to lay low and try to not get pinned down too hard. Look at Solo as well. You'll see them in a second coming into the minimap, because they are on the next send, and they're looking a whole lot like Polish Power just did.
Yeah, they're really trying to replicate the Polish Power send and just hope that it goes better this time around. Just wrapping all the way far west, trying to keep themselves out of the line of sight of friends for as long as possible. Just going face first into Skada, and, well, what do you know? It's Sean getting the opening knock. And so this time there is actually a bit of a response. A couple of, wow, a full response. Skada just got completely deleted as he moved in. Of course, it's Soset again for the second time. He's just like dumpstered a team. Not with a grenade this time around, but the toxic players are now looking to sort of return the favor down towards him. A lot of grenades flying out, and actually friends pushing out of their compound too. And what a weird coincidence it would be if Toxic versus Entropic ended up being in the very late stages of this game after the way things started off. And Leosh won't be making it that far, and neither will his teammates, so we're not going to get it, but ironically both making the top 4 after the way that this game started. And yes, another banger nade.
That is... Oh, that's beautiful from Moskiv. He's going to say thank you. Just picks up 3 just like that, just after the res comes through. And this is really perfect timing for friends. This is exactly what they need to do in this game. And it's, if we're being all fair and objective, it's been the one thing they had to do this game. After getting that compound, getting a few circles, push out at the right time to make sure you get some kill points and make sure you get some space. And they've managed to take the whole ridge. But they do still have players like Naleb. Oh, beautiful shot from the observers, showing off the cover and showing off that Naleb is in a pretty big position here, because if he gets taken down, there's not a whole lot of ground control left for Entropic to play with. They are in a 4v2 versus a team that's been completely untouched so far.
Another one of those. They've already got the 10 kills on the board, so even if Norskiff picks up this kill and leaves Kuba 4v1, even if he's not successful, which odds are against him, it's still a very successful game overall for EIQ, and Miramar has been a turning point in their tournament so far. This is the man who's got the most knocks in the tournament coming into this game. Friends, you only need him to get one more.
Nope, and they are closing in. They are trying to close the gap. Illidan's coming over the top, and this should be a cleanup any day of the week for the Friends. With the Divan logo and Friends type below it, they will close out a game. It's their first win. It's their first big performance in this game. You touched on anybody's having a massive amount of knocks with not a whole lot of points for Friends, but they come through here. And it's a game they must win. It's a game that you're frustrated if you don't as a team amongst the top. But it's an important win, and they close it out in dominant fashion, not giving away any kill points.
Divan type beat coming in. But again, they're one of those 3 teams that we said 18 points, just shy of the top 8. And now with another 16 onto that, almost doubling the points tally that they had from the previous 4 games in just the one. That would put them on par with where Digital Athletics started in 3rd place at the beginning of the final game of the day. That's what we're saying, you know, it's not been so dominant, it's not been so one-sided, and it's still so early in the competition that even if you are, 11th, 12th, 13th place, having that one big win could get you so far into the standings as well, even potentially into the prize pool. But then you've got to try and do it again over the next couple of days when we have the final 10 games, and that's really where it comes in. If it was a one-day event, that would be it, job done, over, done and dusted, but we've still got 2 more days to go. So everything that has been done here needs to happen 2 more times, and that means the teams that did well, they've got to do it again, and the teams who underperformed have got to turn something around.
And as much as I hate to say it, as my internet apparently has absolutely crapped out. it's dreadful. I almost don't want to say consistency is key or any of those phrases that get thrown around so much in a game like PUBG. But look at who was on the top of the leaderboard before this game. Look at Northern Lights. They come out of Power Grid. They know they'll have to worry about the Picado team usually on their rotates. They know exactly how Liquid plays out of Picado. They have no chance of knowing how Ace's crew plays out of Picado because Ace's crew doesn't really know how they're going to play out of Picado yet. Yeah. So they clash there. They lose Batulins, their IGL, very early on in the game. Still managed to pick up kill points, at least 5. And then they continue to pick up a few more towards the Ghetto Gang as well in a game where they've got horrible circles and they got a horrible start. And I think as much as we maybe over-focus some of the big teams, you have to give credit to the Ghetto Gang, for example, or for a fresher roster of DA to perform so well. I think everyone can look at the games and look what Northern Lights are doing and learn quite a bit from that, because their consistency has topped the lobby by far. If we're just looking at average performances, consistency, and if they can continue that throughout the tournament, they're 100% going to be in the top 3.
Yeah, it's definitely where we would expect to see a team of their caliber in the top 3, if not, beyond that. Entropic as well, a team that has proven time and time again that they are the elite of Europe. And certainly in the final couple of games, we did get to see some glimpses of that. Yet to close out a win, unfortunately, but that's not the end of the world when you're picking up 23 kills across the 2 Miramar games. Obviously, look into what went wrong in Erangel and try and fix that for the final 10 games of the event. But, of course, the silver lining is we're starting day 2 with 3 Miramar games. So as long as they can keep up that Miramar form, maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe you can have a shoddy Erangel on day 2 as well. But as long as they're picking up that performance, that same level, that's exactly what we would expect to see from them.
Yeah, and I think they're going to be biting themselves a little bit in Tropic, where that was a late game they could have won, and ended up going to the team that should win the game, right? It's not, Entropic wasn't in the favored position, don't manage to close it out, and Friends do. And once the scoreboard is ready, which I've just heard that it is, we'll have a look. We don't make you wait any longer. We're going over to the leaderboard to see how things came together. It's once again, it's the map scoreboard. Friends, 7 kills, puts them at 1 point ahead of Entropic. So even though they don't win the game, it's another 10 kills. It's another massive performance. And finally, Solo actually show up.
Yeah, I love to see that. Again, one of the teams that, well, really had the worst of it in the first 4 games of the day. 8 points across the first 4. So picking up 14 here will be a huge boost to them and their confidence. So love to see that. And yeah, 17 points for Friends will put them on 35 in total, but it's the 16 from Entropic. It's really been a massive surge in the final 2 games of the day from them. Northern Lights with 8, all of them kill points. So still, even if it wasn't the best of games, they still were not out of there empty-handed.
Nope, that's exactly what we'll be talking about. But what you want to see is the total scoreboard. That's really what everyone's waiting for. That's really what everyone wants to see. How do the teams stack up after a third of the tournament? And there it is. Fantastic producer points it out for us. 52 for Northern Lights, not unexpected after, well, an 8-pointer in a terrible game. They will stay on top. Entropic pushed themselves into second, so this is really what we expect. And then I mentioned it earlier, Ghetto Gang, DA performing well in third and fourth. And, well, one game for the Friends, one massive game for their performance on the scoreboard bumps them up a whole lot of ranks.
Yeah, certainly very, very tight for the top 5. 36, 35, 35 is the points. And for the top 8 as well, 28 for both Polish Power and Ace's crew, but still very, very close. Question mark on 20 points down in 12th place, and Bystanders on 22, still very much within reach of getting into the top 8 and potentially beyond that in just a couple of good games again. But that's the problem. As always say, a couple of good games is all you need, but there's 10 games left, and if they leave it until the final day, there will only be 5. So you've really got to have those good games as soon as you possibly can and start getting the ball rolling in your favor, particularly for Bitfix, Toxic, and Squirtle Gang down towards the bottom end of Formulation, only with 12 points after the 5 games played today. But certainly no surprise whatsoever to see Northern Lights and Entropic in the top 2 when all is said and done.
Certainly, and I think if you in a game where you can get 20 points per round, the last place being 40 points away from the first place just tells you a lot about the lobby and tells you a lot about the skill in this lobby, and that the skill gap isn't that massive. And even if it feels terrible, if you're the Squirtle Gang and Formulation Gaming, you've had a night to forget. Nothing's done just yet. Nothing's done with the giveaway as well. So if you guys still want to earn some skins, this will be your last chance for the night. !ticket in chat if you you'll have another 30 seconds or so to win yourself some skin sets. And with that being said, Saga, we're a third through the tournament, and I think that's us done for the night.
Yeah, 2 more days to go, and we've seen a couple of turnarounds from some teams who started off a little bit slow and picked it up towards the end. And well, again, we're starting on Miramar tomorrow, so maybe it's just a map thing. So we'll see the likes of Friends and Entropic continue with a strong start the following day, or maybe it will just be a little bit of a team talk for a couple of the others who maybe underperformed at the end and at the beginning as well, and we can see some turnaround. Or maybe it will just be business as usual with Sparking farming everything as a solo and Northern Lights just running it down. We'll see exactly how it goes in tomorrow's games. Same time, same place, same lovely faces.
See you there.
All clear on the roof. Heading back down.
Roger. Hurry up. We need to move.
Just make sure I don't take a bullet in the back.
Looking good. Keep it steady.
I hear footsteps. I got a bad feeling.
Enemy spotted. Move! Move!
You're going up next time.
There won't be a next time.
Oi, Amelia, what's the deal then?
2 up top, 2 downstairs.
All right, so we just go prancing in the front door as per usual then, huh?
Not today, hermano. We must be like ghosts. Trust me, these will do the trick. The fog of war. Remove all visibility. We take them out one by one. They won't know what hit them.
Oi, who's that behind you? Look, here's what we do. Surprise attack. We go in big chicken dinner style through the window, guns blazing.
You mean like in Miramar?
Oh, shit. Enough. First, we smoke out the first floor. But we'll need a distraction. Something super loud and obnoxious.
Right, I see where this is going.
Don't worry, Aziz. I got your back.
So, where to next?
I don't wanna fall in love. I just wanna have some fun, yeah. I don't wanna fall in love. I just wanna have some fun. I don't wanna fall in love, 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 fall in love. I don't wanna fall in love. I don't wanna fall in love. I don't wanna fall in love. I just wanna have some fun, yeah. I don't wanna fall in love. I just wanna have some fun. I don't wanna fall in love.